Chapter 21:34. Another 3 days passed. In other words, 5 days had passed since the incident. This morning, a purple-clothed young man came to the prison. In the prison, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were not as worried as everyone imagined. In the middle of the cell, there was a large iron pot. Below it, a cluster of third-grade alchemy fire burned the bottom of the pot red. In the big pot, there was a pot of fragrant meat stewing. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 sat around the iron pot, eating meat and drinking wine while chatting happily. The entire prison was filled with the rich aroma of meat and wine. The meat and wine, the big iron pot, and the alchemy fire were naturally found by Qin Feiyang from the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world was an independent world. As for this suggestion, it was proposed by the madman. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so it was better to drink wine and eat meat. In other words, in the past 5 days, they had been eating, drinking, and playing. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to do so, because he wanted to cultivate. But the madman had been watching him, so he could not go to the castle, so he could only play with the other 3. The enforcers in the prison were all dumbfounded, because it was the first time they saw someone who was still in the mood to eat meat and drink wine after entering the prison. Boom! The prison's stone door opened. The purple-clothed young man walked in and immediately smelled the fragrance of meat and wine. What's going on? The purple-clothed young man was a little stunned. He followed the fragrance of meat and wine, and when he saw the situation of Qin Feiyang and the other 3, he was immediately stunned at the door. What the hell? Are they really here to stay in the prison? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 also noticed the purple-clothed young man and were slightly stunned. Then, Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at the purple-clothed young man, and asked with a smile, "Gongzi Feng, why are you here?" "I'm here to see you," Gongzi Feng answered instinctively, but before he finished, he frowned and said, "Wait, what's going on? Isn't it obvious? We're drinking wine and eating meat." Huiyi grinned. Gongzi Feng was a little stunned. How could there be preferential treatment in this prison? These fellows were too arrogant. Where did they place the enforcers in the prison? "Since you're here, let's go together." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out a stool, and placed it at the side. "That's not a good idea." Gongzi Feng was somewhat hesitant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Crazy is here. Don't be afraid." Gongzi Feng glanced at the madman, then looked at Mu Tianyang and Huiyi. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll accompany you in your madness." As he spoke, he walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sat down on a stool. Then, he picked up the wine pot beside him and took a big gulp. Madman glanced at Gongzi Feng and sent a voice transmission. "Kid, you're acquainted with this person?" "Yes. In the past, he contributed a lot in dealing with Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan." Qin Feiyang thought. Madman was stunned. Mu Tianyang asked, "Gongzi Feng, are you really here to visit us?" "Not really." Gongzi Feng shook his head and looked outside the door. He asked in a low voice, "Is it convenient to talk here?" Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other. Madman waved his hand and set up a divine power barrier. He looked at Gongzi Feng and said, "Speak now." Gongzi Feng took another sip from the wine pot and said in a deep voice, "Actually, all of this is Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang's plan. It seems that you're here to tip them off. But we've already guessed what you said." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Guessed?" Gongzi Feng was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "That's right. With your brains, you should be able to think of this." Qin Feiyang said, "Although we can think of this, there are still many doubts in our hearts. Can you answer us? This matter isn't as simple as you think. Yesterday, I asked Jin Yunchang to go to the Yulon Pavilion and drank with him until midnight. I believe that you've already guessed that I asked him to drink with me to get information from him. Although Jin Yunchang is my uncle, he usually ignores me. At first, he didn't mention a single word about this matter. However, under my fawning and currying favor with him, coupled with the effects of alcohol, he finally revealed everything. The real mastermind of this matter is actually Yin Hui," Gongzi Feng said. "Yin Hui?" Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other. Some time ago, she already came out of seclusion, but she didn't say anything. She has been secretly investigating the cause of Feng Zijuan's death and plotting how to get rid of you. Gongzi Feng said in a deep voice. Madman frowned and said, I didn't expect that woman to be so shrewd. Quite terrifying. And I heard that she has already found evidence of Feng Zijuan's death. Gongzi Feng said. That's not scary, right? Only the few of us know about this matter. Even senior brother Madman doesn't know. Qin Feiyang frowned. What? You killed Feng Zijuan? Madman was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman said, in that case, you were also the one who extorted White Tiger's blood essence. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again. Fuck, I just took office, and you're already causing trouble for me. Do you believe that I won't destroy you? Madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and looked at Gongzi Feng. Are you sure that Yin Hui has already found evidence? Jin Yunchang said so. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Gongzi Feng shook his head, his face full of worry. Because he was the one who killed Feng Zijuan. Even if they find out, you don't have to worry. Because according to the current situation, they don't know that you are also involved. Otherwise, Jin Yunchang wouldn't have gone drinking with you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Gongzi Feng was stunned and said, that makes sense, but we still can't be careless. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then how did they set up the trap? And that Yu Zijie, how did he know that the four of them would come to my cave abode at night to trade with me for the dragon god's flower? This is Yin Hui's trap. Yin Hui gave them the dragon god's flower. Because she found out that you are an alchemist and might be interested in the dragon god's flower, so she asked the four of them to bring the dragon god's flower to the resource hall. Of course, at first, she wasn't completely confident that you would take the bait. But she didn't expect that you would really take the bait. Then, she carried out her plan. First, she found Yu Zijie. Because of senior brother Madman, Yu Zijie held a grudge against you. After hearing Yin Hui's plan, he agreed without a second thought. Then, she found Jin Yunchang. You killed Fatso Jin, so it was even more impossible for Jin Yunchang to refuse. Then, what happened next happened. Gongzi Feng said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Hue Yi said unhappily, Brother Jiang, look, it's all your fault. If you didn't have any ideas about the dragon god's flower, none of this shit would have happened. You can't blame Brother Jiang for this. Even if the bait of the dragon god's flower failed, Yin Hui would have sent out a bait that was even more tempting. It's just a pity that the four of them died unjustly. Gongzi Feng sighed. Qin Feiyang said, this is the result of being greedy. If they didn't listen to Yin Hui, would they have died? Gongzi Feng nodded, looked at the four of them, and said, that's what happened. I wonder if you have any plans now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, I do have one, but it'll have to rely on you. Rely on me? Gongzi Feng was stunned. Yes. As long as you can get evidence that they framed us, then we can turn defeat into victory. Qin Feiyang said. This, I'm afraid I can't. Gongzi Feng was a little troubled. If you can ask Jin Yunchang out once, then you can ask him out a second time. As long as you record your conversation with Jin Yunchang, then it can be used as evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng pondered for a while and nodded, okay, I'll give it a try, but you have to promise that you will protect my safety afterwards. Because once I take out the evidence, Feng Yuan and the others will definitely not let me go. Frenzy said domineeringly, don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. Thank you, senior brother Frenzy. Gongzi Feng hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. With Frenzy's protection, there would definitely be no problem. Mu Tianyang held the wine pot and said with a smile, come, let's continue drinking. Gongzi Feng also held the wine pot and drank with the four of them. About an hour later, Gongzi Feng put down the wine pot and stood up with a smile, I can't stay any longer in case Yin Hui becomes suspicious. I'll go back first. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. Gongzi Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Big brother Jiang, you know where Ji Yong is, right? I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then where is he now? I heard from Gao Xiaolong that you're going to ask him to help me. Why haven't I seen him after so long? Gongzi Feng was suspicious. There's a change of plans. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Gongzi Feng nodded and said, then can you tell me? To be honest, I really need someone who can give me advice. Ji Yong is indeed smart, but he doesn't want to enter the Nine Heavens Palace now. Let's not force him. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng smiled and said, just tell me, I want to talk to him personally. Qin Feiyang hesitated and nodded, all right, his now. But Qin Feiyang's words stopped abruptly as his eyes flickered slightly. What's wrong? Gongzi Feng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, with us giving you advice, you don't need him anymore. Gongzi Feng said, I can't trouble you guys for everything. After all, you guys have your own things to do. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Isn't it just Ji Yong? There's no harm in telling him. Hu Yi and Frenzy also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang said inwardly. What's wrong? The three of them were even more confused. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time. Why didn't he ask about Ji Yong's whereabouts before? Moreover, Gao Xiaolong is a spy I placed beside him. Logically speaking, such a sensible person like Gao Xiaolong shouldn't tell Gongzi Feng that I have the idea of letting Ji Yong help him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Chapter 2135. You're saying that there's something fishy going on? Mu Tianyang was bewildered. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. I think it's better to confirm it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He glanced at Gongzi Feng and took out an image crystal. Who should I send a message to? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Gao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang secretly said. It's useless. Because we can't send a message to anyone outside here. The madman transmitted. Can't send a message? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that you're thinking too much? Gongzi Feng killed Feng Zijuan with his own hands. This is enough to prove his sincerity. Mu Tianyang secretly said. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be suspicious. But this person's position is unstable. I'm a little worried. Moreover, I believe that Gao Xiaolong won't easily reveal this matter to Gongzi Feng. Taking a step back, even if there's no problem with Gongzi Feng, it's best to confirm it first. After all, what we encountered this time is different from the past. If we're not careful, we might lose our lives. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Jiang Haotian's words make sense. This time, we suffered because of our carelessness. Otherwise, why would we stay in this damned place? The madman transmitted. That's true. Mu Tianyang secretly agreed. Gongzi Feng looked at the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked suspiciously, Big brother Jiang, what are you doing? Nothing. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at Gongzi Feng with a smile. We've known each other for a long time, right? Gongzi Feng nodded and smiled. We knew each other before you entered the Nine Heavens Palace. I still remember that your cultivation back then was lower than mine. But now, you've surpassed me. Yes. Time really flies. Qin Feiyang sighed. Gongzi Feng was even more confused. What was he talking about? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became serious. He formed a seal with both hands and a puppet seal appeared. Gongzi Feng stared at the puppet imprint in surprise and said, Big brother Jiang, this is. Back then, when Qin Feiyang controlled Ryuko Yang, Gongzi Feng was also present, but he didn't say anything in the crowd. Thus, he knew that the mark was a kind of control-type secret art that possessed the ability to read the memories of others. Although you don't have a good relationship with the Feng family, you are still their family. You must know a lot about what they have done. And now, I need to understand this. Speak. You won't be able to finish speaking in a short time, so I want to read your memories directly. Don't worry, after reading your memories, I will immediately remove my control over you. Qin Feiyang said. When Gongzi Feng heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he retreated somewhat flustered. What happened? I don't mean you any harm. I just want to know what they did. Qin Feiyang looked at Gongzi Feng suspiciously. If you want to know all these, I can find a time to tell you everything. There is no need to read my memories. Gongzi Feng looked vigilant. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, didn't I say just now? This is more efficient. If you tell me, how long will it take? Moreover, I might forget some things. Seeing that Qin Feiyang insisted on reading his memories, the panic on Gongzi Feng's face became more obvious. Is there really something fishy? Frenzy and the other two couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? Isn't it just reading your memories? What are you afraid of? Could it be that you did something wrong to me, and you don't dare to let me read your memories? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. You are so good to me. How can I do something wrong to you? Gongzi Feng waved his hand repeatedly. Then what are you feeling guilty about? Hurry up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the puppet imprint flew towards Gongzi Feng's head. Gongzi Feng hurriedly hid to the side and said with a smile, next time. I still have something to do and have to go out immediately. Senior brother Frenzy, please remove the divine power barrier. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he nodded to Frenzy. Boom. Frenzy released his pressure and directly imprisoned Gongzi Feng. The puppet imprint immediately entered Gongzi Feng's head like a stream of light. Gongzi Feng immediately held his head and howled miserably. What are you doing? But at this moment, an old voice exploded in the prison like a thunderclap. Following that, an old man appeared outside the barrier. It was Elder Yun. Elder Yun waved his hand and the barrier set up by Frenzy instantly shattered. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang brought Frenzy and the other two and disappeared without a trace. Elder Yun scanned the empty prison and couldn't help but frown. Black Tortoise World. Above the medicine field. Huoyi frowned and said, Senior brother Frenzy, didn't you use a barrier to isolate it? Why can that old man still see it? Frenzy said, the barrier can only have the effect of soundproofing. So it's like that. Huoyi nodded. In other words, although Elder Yun couldn't hear what they were saying, he could see what they were doing. Immediately after, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and Gongzi Feng. Gongzi Feng's face was filled with pain as he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. And Qin Feiyang's face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Mu Tianyang frowned and said, it seems that there really is a problem with this person. Huoyi smiled and said, if that's the case, then Brother Jiang will probably be angry. Qin Feiyang's kindness to Gongzi Feng was obvious to all. If Gongzi Feng really did something to betray them, then it would be chilling. Boom. A moment later, a terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. The pain on Gongzi Feng's face also disappeared. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was drowned by the killing intent again. His body and mind trembled, and his whole body was cold. What's wrong? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, his purpose of coming to the prison this time is actually to get Ji Yong's whereabouts from my mouth. The three of them frowned. And all of this was ordered by Yin Hui. And Jiao Xiaolong is already dead. Qin Feiyang said. Who killed him? Huoyi's face changed. It's him. Qin Feiyang pointed at Gongzi Feng. Damn it. Huoyi's eyes were gloomy. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I knew it, Jiao Xiaolong wouldn't talk too much. It turns out that he was forced to do so. In fact, he already knew that Jiao Xiaolong was a spy that I planted beside him, so he killed him. Mu Tianyang said, in other words, Gongzi Feng really betrayed you? Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Gongzi Feng, asking, what else do you want to say? At this moment, Gongzi Feng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed in the void, despair written all over his face. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Feiyang's words. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, what's going on? Quickly tell us. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and moved his gaze away from Gongzi Feng. He looked at the three of them and said, Feng Wenhai was expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace, and Feng Zijuan was killed. Feng Yuan and the others hid it from Yin Hui because they didn't want to disturb her cultivation. When she came out of seclusion and found out about these things, She was furious. However, this woman is extremely shrewd. She suppressed her anger in her heart and secretly investigated everything. But because we did it cleanly, she couldn't find any clues. She was even prepared to give up. At the same time, Feng Zijuan's death made her very tired, but she also opened up a lot and wanted to accept Gong Zifeng. So, she found Gong Zifeng and said that she wanted to give his mother a status and that he would be her son in the future. She did this because she considered the issue of carrying on the family line. After all, Gong Zifeng is the only male in the Feng family. When Gong Zifeng heard this, he was naturally very happy. When Qin Feiyang said this, Madman frowned and said, "So he betrayed us?" "It's not that simple." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Zifeng and sighed, "To be honest, I've always underestimated this person." Madman and the others looked at each other and were even more confused. When he heard that Yin Hui wanted to help his mother and treat him as her son, he was overjoyed. However, he suddenly thought of the real cause of Feng Zijuan's death. Feng Zijuan died in his hands. Once this matter is exposed, what will the consequences be? This was a question that he didn't even dare to think about. After thinking about it again and again, he finally thought of a bold plan to silence us. Qin Feiyang said, "Silence us?" The three raised their eyebrows. "Yes. The target of silence is naturally us. Because I saw him kill Feng Zijuan with my own eyes. And although you guys weren't present at the time, you have a good relationship with me, so you definitely know about this. So, he wants to get rid of all of us. First, he took the initiative to find Yin Hui and tell her that Feng Zijuan was killed by us. Second, he set up a trap to put us in prison. This is to pave the way for the third step. The third step is to enter the prison and use his relationship with us to find out Ji Yong's whereabouts. Because Ji Yong has a good relationship with me, he was worried that Ji Yong would know that he killed Feng Zijuan, so he wanted to silence him as well. And the fourth step is to enter the meeting hall and say the cause of Feng Zijuan's death in front of the big shots, completely ending our lives. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll go." These steps are one after another, and they are all linked together. It can be said to be flawless. I really didn't know that he was such a terrifying schemer before. Mu Tianyang and the other two were shocked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "Not to mention you guys, even I didn't see it before." Mu Tianyang asked, "Then what did he say to Yin Hui?" He told Yin Hui. On the night of Feng Zijuan's death, he had something to say to Feng Zijuan, and then he happened to see me killing Feng Zijuan. Yin Hui was already very angry about Feng Zijuan's death, so he didn't have to deliberately create a false impression. Yin Hui would believe any excuse he made up. Qin Feiyang said, "Indeed. However, since young Master Feng said that he saw you kill Feng Zijuan, he has been hiding it in his heart all this time and didn't say it out loud." "Didn't Yin Hui get angry?" Mu Tianyang said. Yin Hui also asked him why he didn't say it earlier. Young Master Feng is smart. He said that he was afraid that I would take revenge on him, so he didn't dare to say it. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2136. Mu Tianyang looked at Gong Zifeng, who was paralyzed in the air, and said in admiration, "You can even think of such a plan. You're really good at hiding your strength. I really thought that all of this was planned by Yin Hui. It turns out that the person behind the scenes is you. Awesome." Madman also gave Gong Zifeng a thumbs up. Facing such praise, Gong Zifeng couldn't feel happy at all. His heart was filled with fear. Hue Yi shook his head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that you met a stronger opponent. Otherwise, your plan would have succeeded." Gong Zifeng's body trembled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Big brother Jiang, I also have a lot of helplessness. Is this your excuse for betraying us?" "Helplessness? Who doesn't have helplessness in this world?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Gong Zifeng lowered his head again. He was extremely ashamed. "From the beginning, you took the initiative to find me and ask for my help. What about me? During the time I helped you, did I ask for any conditions? I don't think so. I really treated you as a friend because we both had the same miserable experience. But how did you repay me?" Qin Feiyang shouted. This was the first time he was so angry after entering the ancient world. Even when facing Feng Wanhai's trap and Guo Zhixiong's deceit, he wasn't this angry. "I'm sorry," Gong Zifeng mumbled. "Can an apology make up for your betrayal? You've really disappointed me. Back then, I was blind to choose to help you. But it doesn't matter now." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Gong Zifeng shivered and hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, I beg you. Even if he doesn't kill you, I will kill you today. You even dared to scheme against me. You really have the guts of a leopard." Madman grinned. Gong Zifeng said, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to give my mother a status." "You're still trying to gain sympathy? If you just want to give your mother a status, Yin Hui has already agreed to it. Then why did you still set up a trap to harm us? Your goal is not only to give your mother a status, but also yourself. You don't want to lose everything Yin Hui has given you. In other words, you're an ungrateful, treacherous, despicable man." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Gong Zifeng's body trembled. "What are you talking about?" Madman sneered, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Today, I'll definitely let you taste what it means to be in so much pain that you wish you were dead." "No, I beg you." Gong Zifeng hurriedly shook his head in fear. Qin Feiyang sighed and stopped Madman. "Don't kill him yet." "What? You can still tolerate it?" Madman raised his eyebrows. "It's not that I can tolerate it. It's because we still have to rely on him to break out of this situation," Qin Feiyang said. "Count on him?" Madman frowned. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "This time, I won't show mercy. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang have to die, and Yu Zijie too. I won't let him have an easy time." When Gong Zifeng heard this, a chill appeared in his heart. "As for you," Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Gong Zifeng. "As long as you cooperate well, I'll choose to let you live. But remember, there's only one chance." "Okay." Gong Zifeng hurriedly nodded. After a while, Qin Feiyang's group of 4 and Gong Zifeng finally came out of the Black Tortoise world. Elder Yun had been standing outside the door. When he saw them appear, he sized up Gong Zifeng, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, and frowned. "What did you do to him?" "We didn't do anything. It's just an old friend gathering, and we don't want to be disturbed." "Gong Zifeng, am I right?" Madman put his arm around Gong Zifeng's shoulder and smiled. "Yes, yes, yes." Gong Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Elder Yun glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 3, then looked at Gong Zifeng and said, "If there's nothing else, then leave." "Okay." Gong Zifeng replied and cupped his hands at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, "Then I'll go back first." The 4 of them nodded with a smile on their faces. It was as if the previous incident had never happened. Gong Zifeng turned around and left. Elder Yun also prepared to leave. Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke and looked at Elder Yun. "Old senior, please wait for a moment." Elder Yun was stunned and turned around to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then cupped his hands and smiled. "I have to thank Senior for the previous incident. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble by now." Elder Yun said coldly, "I was just handling it impartially. There's no need to thank me. Old Senior is noble and selfless. This junior admires you. This junior also hopes that old senior can continue to carry on and be a good example for us juniors." Qin Feiyang smiled. Elder Yun squinted his eyes. These words weren't simple. Qin Feiyang continued, "We, the younger generation disciples, also need an example. Don't worry. I have always stood on the side of justice. I won't side with anyone. Even if my disciple makes a mistake, I won't let it go." After saying that, Elder Yun turned around and left without looking back. Mu Tianyang glanced at Elder Yun's back, then looked at Madman and said, "Can this old man's character be trusted?" "Yes. In this 9-heaven palace, I only admire 2 people. The first is this old man." Madman smiled confidently. "What about the other person?" Qin Feiyang's group of 3 was curious. Someone that Madman admired definitely wasn't simple. Madman said, "You've all seen him before. He's the old man guarding the stairway." "So it's him." The three of them were enlightened. Qin Feiyang said, speaking of which, what's the identity of that old man? How strong is he? His identity, his strength. Madman pondered for a moment and said, you just need to know that he is Shangguan Fenglan's master. What? Shangguan Fenglan's master? Qin Feiyang's group of three was dumbfounded. This was too shocking. Don't think about it. Let's go and continue drinking and eating meat. Drinking and eating meat in this prison has a different flavor. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang's group of three looked at each other and smiled. Indeed. Drinking and eating meat here and in a restaurant were two completely different feelings. Outside. Lotus Lake. A purple-clothed youth entered the pavilion. When Shangguan Fenglan saw the purple-clothed youth, she was slightly stunned and said, what are you doing here? Greetings, Palace Lord. The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, Jiang Haotian and senior brother Madman told me to tell you that you don't need to interfere. They have already thought of a countermeasure. Is that so? Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. Yes. They said that you just need to wait and watch a good show. The purple-clothed youth said. Okay. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. The purple-clothed youth said, then this disciple will take his leave first. Go. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. The purple-clothed youth turned and walked out of the pavilion. Looking at the clear sky, he sighed, sigh, I'm still inferior to him in the end. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. This person was Gongzi Feng. After leaving Lotus Lake, he did not directly return to the inner sect. Instead, he flew in another direction. Not long after, he landed in front of a courtyard, looked up at the courtyard, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open and walked in. In the hall, a woman sat beside the tea table. It was Yin Hui. Seeing Gongzi Feng come in, she hurriedly stood up, condensed a divine power barrier, and asked, how is it? Gongzi Feng said, Ji Yong is dead. Dead? Yin Hui frowned. Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded and said, at first, Jiang Haotian was very vigilant, but when I told him about your plan, I finally gained his trust. He told me that he killed Ji Yong after Lord Father was expelled from Nine Heavens Palace. Why did he want Ji Yong? Ji Yong has followed your grandfather for so many years, and he has a lot of information on your grandfather. He's a good chess piece. Yin Hui was suspicious. According to Jiang Haotian, he wanted to keep Ji Yong alive, but not only did Ji Yong not cooperate, he even escaped. In a fit of anger, Jiang Haotian used a soul secret technique called the enslavement seal to erase Ji Yong's divine soul. Gongzi Feng said. Yin Hui said, in that case, there's no need to consider Ji Yong anymore. Yes. Although I couldn't kill him with my own hands to avenge Lord Father, at least for now, there's one less worry. Gongzi Feng said. Yes. Yin Hui nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, then let's prepare for the next step. Okay. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Go to the conference hall first and gather all the big shots. Then I'll appear and announce the evil deeds that Jiang Haotian has done. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save him. Gongzi Feng sneered. Yin Hui said with a smile, after we get rid of this kid, I'll immediately give you the status of mother. Thank you. Gongzi Feng was overjoyed. Yin Hui said, we're all family. Why are you saying this? Family. Gongzi Feng muttered. His face was full of self-blame, and he said, I should have stood out and told everyone about Jiang Haotian's crimes the moment second brother was killed. It's all because of my cowardice. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Don't blame yourself. After all, Jiang Haotian is indeed a great threat to you. Actually, it's also our fault. If we weren't prejudiced against you, if we cared a little more about you and took care of you a little more, you wouldn't be so afraid of Jiang Haotian. Yin Hui sighed. Thank you for your understanding, Auntie. Gongzi Feng lowered his head and said. Yin Hui waved her hand and said with a smile, go and have a good rest. Prepare for tomorrow. As she spoke, she dispersed the divine power barrier. Okay. This child will take his leave. Gongzi Feng nodded, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the courtyard. Jiang Haotian, tomorrow, you'll be buried with my child. Cherish what little time you have left. Yin Hui murmured, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Her eyes flashed with a strong cold light. Chapter 21:37. Not long after Gong Zifeng left, the news of Qin Feiyang abusing his power for personal gain, killing people to silence them, as well as Mad Man and the other two killing Cheng Li spread even more crazily in Skydragon City. And like a plague, with Skydragon City as the center, it quickly spread in all directions. Before evening, this matter had spread throughout the entire northern region. Even the remote villages knew about this matter. It could be said that this matter was even bigger than the last time when Feng Wenhai framed Qin Feiyang. For a time, Qin Feiyang and the others were all in a state of criticism. Those who initially believed in Qin Feiyang without a doubt also began to slowly change their views. Perhaps this matter was really Qin Feiyang's fault. He was a hypocrite. Late at night, in a courtyard, Feng Yuan sat alone in the hall, his brows tightly knitted together. Soon, a few figures walked into the hall. It was Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gong Zifeng. Yin Hui looked at Feng Yuan and asked suspiciously, "Father, why are you in such a hurry to find us? Did something happen?" Feng Yuan condensed a divine power barrier, looked up at Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang, and asked, "Do you know the situation outside?" As for Gong Zifeng, he directly ignored him. "What's the situation?" Yin Hui was suspicious. Feng Yuan said, "The matter between Jiang Haotian and Mad Man is very fierce now. This old man feels that someone is adding fuel to the fire." Adding fuel to the fire? Yin Hui was stunned. Jin Yunchang laughed. "Father-in-law, you're thinking too much. Moreover, the fiercer the matter outside, the better it is for us." "I agree with brother-in-law's view. The relationship between Madman and the First Elder is obvious to all of us. If we don't make a fuss, maybe Great Elder will protect him this time. On the contrary, if everyone knows about this matter, even if Great Elder wants to protect him, he won't dare to do so. Because it will arouse public anger." Yin Hui laughed. "That makes sense." Feng Yuan nodded, then looked at the silent Gong Zifeng and frowned. "Didn't this old man only call your aunt and uncle over? Why did you also come over?" Gong Zifeng immediately lowered his head in fear. Yin Hui smiled and said, "Father, I was the one who brought him here." "Why did you bring him here?" Feng Yuan was puzzled. "Father, it's all thanks to him." Yin Hui said. "What do you mean?" Feng Yuan was bewildered. "We're going to start the operation tomorrow, so it's time to tell you about it. Actually, it's like this." Yin Hui told him the whole plan simply and clearly. "I see." When Feng Yuan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. Yin Hui smiled. "That's why we have to thank this child." Feng Yuan looked at Gong Zifeng with a gloomy expression. A moment later, Feng Yuan sighed deeply and said, "This old man can let bygones be bygones, but we must not make any mistakes in the assembly hall tomorrow. Grandson understands." Gong Zifeng nodded. "As long as we can get rid of Jiang Haotian and the others, this old man will do as you wish and give your mother a proper status. Furthermore, this old man will allow you to inherit the Feng family's business in the future." Feng Yuan said again, "Thank you, grandfather." Gong Zifeng hurriedly knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Get up." Feng Yuan smiled. "Yes." Gong Zifeng respectfully replied and stood beside Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang, his face full of joy. But gradually, he revealed a trace of hesitation. Feng Yuan said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Gong Zifeng said, "Although the plan this time is perfect, I'm still a little worried. After all, Jiang Haotian is not an ordinary person. Don't worry, when Yu Zijie and I killed Cheng Li, no one saw it. As for Jiang Haotian, then there's even less to worry about. Those 4 disciples have already been killed by Jiang Haotian, and now there's no evidence." Jin Yunchang smiled. Actually, his worry is understandable. Thinking back, how much losses did Jiang Haotian make our Feng family suffer? Although he's our enemy, to be honest, I really admire his brain. Yin Hui sighed. "Don't boost others' morale and destroy our own. No matter how terrifying his brain is, isn't it still in our hands now?" Feng Yuan sneered. Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gong Zifeng looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. The next day, early in the morning, The big shots of 9 Heavens Palace entered the Great Council Hall one after another. Soon, Shangguan Fenglan also entered the Great Council Hall. She glanced at the people present, then sat down at the table. She looked at the Great Elder above and said telepathically, "What the hell is Feng Yuan doing, calling us here early in the morning? Is there a need to think about it? It must have something to do with Madman and the others." The Great Elder thought to himself without any change in his expression. Shangguan Fenglan's heart trembled, and she sighed. It seems that this time, Feng Yuan is going to kill them. The Great Elder nodded without leaving a trace, and asked secretly, "Did you find out anything?" "No. But something very strange happened yesterday," Shangguan Fenglan said. "What strange thing?" The Great Elder was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said secretly, "Feng Wanhai's son, Gongzi Feng, actually came to me yesterday, saying that Jiang Haotian and the others already have a plan, and told us not to interfere, just wait and watch the show." "There's such a thing?" The Great Elder was surprised. I'm also puzzled. Gongzi Feng is Feng Yuan's grandson. Why would he be involved with Jiang Haotian and the others? Shangguan Fenglan said. The Great Elder pondered for a while and smiled secretly. "Since Jiang Haotian and the others have said so, then let's wait and watch the show." "Okay," Shangguan Fenglan replied, with some expectation in her eyes. Da. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, 3 figures entered the Great Council Hall one after another. The person in the lead was really Feng Yuan. The 2 behind him were Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui. "Greetings, Great Elder." The 3 bowed and saluted. Take a seat. Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, you guys take a seat too." The Great Elder nodded and then said with a smile, "Thank you, Great Elder." Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked him. Because in front of the giants of Jotian Palace, they were not qualified to sit together. So for them, this was a gift, an honor. After everyone was seated, the Great Elder looked at Feng Yuan and asked with a smile, "Why did you call us all here today?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Then say it," the Great Elder said. Feng Yuan stood up and said, "Great Elder, before I say it, I want to call a few people over." "Who?" The Great Elder was suspicious. Feng Yuan exhaled and said, "Jiang Haotian, Frenzy, Hui Yi, Mu Tianyang. It's really for them." The Great Elder muttered and asked suspiciously, "Why did you call them over? Let me keep you in suspense first." Feng Yuan smiled. "Okay." The Great Elder nodded and looked at Shangguan Fenglan, saying, "Jiang Haotian and the others seem to be in your law enforcement hall's prison now, right? Go and bring them here." "Yes." Shangguan Fenglan respectfully responded, then got up and walked out of the hall. But when she walked out of the hall, she couldn't help but be stunned. There was a person standing beside the door. This person was Gongzi Feng. "Greetings, Hallmaster." Gongzi Feng bowed and said, Shangguan Fenglan nodded, then rose into the air and flew towards the law enforcement hall. But in her heart, she was muttering, why did Gongzi Feng come to the conference hall, in the prison? The big iron pot was gone, and so was the wine. Instead, there was a tea set and 4 armchairs. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were lying on the armchairs, drinking tea, chatting, and napping. It was incomparably comfortable. When Shangguan Fenglan came in and saw this scene, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are they here to go to prison? Or to enjoy life? Cough. She stood at the door and coughed dryly. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were stunned. They raised their heads and looked outside the door. When they saw that it was Shangguan Fenglan, Hui Yi jumped up and ran towards Shangguan Fenglan. He smiled and said, "Lana, I knew you would come to see me." Look at his infatuated look, as if he has never seen a woman before. Frenzy's face was full of disdain. "What do you know? This is the taste of love," Qin Feiyang said. The word love was very long. When Shangguan Fenglan heard this, a rare blush crept up her face, but it quickly disappeared. She stared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and shouted, "What are you still lying there for? Get out with me." Hui Yi stood beside Shangguan Fenglan and also ordered the 3 of them, "Yes, get out. Are you looking for a beating?" Madman slowly stood up and looked at Hu Yi with an unfriendly gaze. Hu Yi grinned. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened and said, "Don't talk nonsense, go to the conference hall immediately. Has it finally begun?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then a smile crept up his face. Madman and the other two were also full of smiles. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the four of them suspiciously and said, "Looking at you, why do you seem to know that we are going to the conference hall today?" "Lan to tell you the truth, everything is under our control." Hu Yi clenched his fist and smiled proudly. "Is that so?" Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. "Of course. We also know that in addition to you, the Great Elder, and the other big shots, Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Gongzi Feng are also in the conference hall." Hu Yi said. "You really know?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Palace Master, let's go, the show is about to begin." Shangguan Fenglan glanced at the four of them, then turned and walked outside. Qin Feiyang and the other three followed closely behind her. "That's right, Palace Master. Has our matter spread outside?" Qin Feiyang suddenly asked. "Speaking of this, I'm still a little puzzled. Just this morning, I received a report from my subordinates, saying that someone seemed to be secretly adding fuel to the fire, deliberately spreading your matter. Now even those remote villages know about it." Shangguan Fenglan said. "This is a good thing." Qin Feiyang smiled. Frankly speaking, this Gongzi Feng's efficiency was really good. In just one day, it was already so fierce. That's right. This was what he had asked Gongzi Feng to do on purpose. Just like dealing with Feng Wenhai last time, the fiercer the matter, the more exciting and interesting it would be. Chapter 2138. Good news. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and then shook her head. She really couldn't understand what this kid was trying to do. After the group left the prison, they went straight to the conference hall. Soon, the conference hall appeared in their sight. Shangguan Fenglan landed in front of the door and said in a low voice, "Wait outside." After saying that, she entered the door alone. Qin Feiyang and the other three stood outside the door and scanned the big shots in the hall. "Big brother Jiang, I have done what you asked me to do. I have also obtained the evidence. You must protect me later, or I will definitely die in the hands of Feng Yuan and the others." Gong Zifeng, who was standing next to him, suddenly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang glanced at Gong Zifeng and secretly laughed. Inside the hall, Shangguan Fenglan walked to the opposite side of the First Elder and bowed. "First Elder, Jiang Haotian and the others have been brought here." "En." The First Elder nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three standing at the door. "Come in." Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and walked into the hall side by side. "Greetings, First Elder." "Greetings, Lords." Qin Feiyang, Hu Yi, and Mu Tianyang respectfully bowed to the big shots. Of course, Madman was an exception. The big shots were also curiously sizing them up. They were naturally no strangers to Madman. As for Qin Feiyang, Hu Yi, and Mu Tianyang, although they were no strangers, it was the first time they met face to face. Qin Feiyang was also quietly sizing up these big shots of Nine Heavens Palace. There were a total of more than a dozen people. There were men and women, old and young. The aura emitted by each of them was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Madman suddenly pointed to a woman sitting next to Feng Yuan and transmitted his voice. "She is Yin Hui." Qin Feiyang looked over and his pupils immediately shrank. The aura Yin Hui exuded was not weaker than Feng Wenhai's. "Her cultivation is stronger than mine. I used to be a minor paragon god. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I should be a major paragon god." Madman thought. Paragon divinity. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He didn't expect this woman's strength to be so terrifying. "Hey, hey, hey!" Madman suddenly shouted. He looked at the big shots and said unhappily, "Where are our chairs? Are we just going to stand here like this?" "How dare you!" the Great Elder coldly shouted. Madman pursed his lips and said, "No chairs? Fine, I'll sit on the ground." After saying that, he really sat down on the ground. One of the old men said angrily, "Madman, Do you know that you look like a scoundrel in the secular world right now? So what if I'm a rascal? Don't look if you don't want to. Madman dug his nose and said lightly, You. The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Cough cough. The first elder coughed dryly and gave Shangguan Fenglan a look. Shangguan Fenglan understood. She took a step behind Madman and kicked him fiercely. Madman immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered and jumped up. With so many elders here, how can you be so presumptuous? Behave yourself. Shangguan Fenglan glared at him. You're abusing children. Madman roared in dissatisfaction. Abusing? Children? The big shot's mouths couldn't help but twitch. No matter what, he was a person who had lived for more than 10,000 years, and he actually called himself a child. Wasn't he ashamed? The first elder's face was also dark as he said angrily, If you continue to mess around, go outside and kneel. TSK Madman was disdainful, but he finally became obedient. It seemed that he was still a little afraid. The first elder shook his head weakly and looked at Feng Yuan. We've brought them here, speak. Feng Yuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other three, stood up and said, Jiang Haotian used his power for personal gain and silenced people. Madman, Hue Yi, and Mu Tianyang cruelly killed the outer sect elder Cheng Li. There is conclusive evidence for these two things, and everyone must know it, so this old man won't say more. Now, this old man will announce another major crime of Jiang Haotian. As Feng Yuan spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the door and shouted, Gongzi Feng, come in. Gongzi Feng, who was standing outside the door, immediately ran in and knelt on the ground respectfully. Disciple Gongzi Feng greets the first elder and all the lords. Stand up and speak. The first elder said. Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded and stood beside Qin Feiyang and the other three, but he deliberately kept a distance. Tell the first elder everything you saw. Feng Yuan looked at Gongzi Feng and said. Okay. Gongzi Feng respectfully responded, looked at the first elder and the big shots, and said, First elder, my second brother Feng Zijuan died in the hands of Jiang Haotian. What? Feng Zijuan was killed by Jiang Haotian? The big shots immediately began to discuss. The first elder was also surprised. He looked at Gongzi Feng and frowned. How did you know? I saw it with my own eyes. Gongzi Feng said. You saw it with your own eyes? The first elder was stunned and asked suspiciously, Then why didn't you say it when we investigated this matter? First elder, please forgive me. It wasn't that disciple didn't want to say it, but that disciple didn't dare to. Because Jiang Haotian has the madman's support. If disciple said it, they would definitely hold a grudge against me. Gongzi Feng said. The first elder slammed the table and said angrily, In our Nine Heavens Palace, anyone who makes a mistake will be punished. What are you afraid of? Gongzi Feng hurriedly said, Yes, disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, first elder. The first elder sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Jiang Haotian, do you admit what Gongzi Feng said? Qin Feiyang was silent. The other three didn't say anything. It was as if they weren't worried at all. The first elder frowned and transmitted his voice, Fenglan, what's going on? Didn't you say that Gongzi Feng is on Jiang Haotian's side? I'm not sure either. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. What the hell were these brats doing? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, First elder, how could he admit to this kind of thing? But just based on Gongzi Feng's one-sided words, it's not enough to prove that this matter is true. After all, Gongzi Feng is a member of your Feng family. The first elder said. Feng Yuan said, It's precisely because he's a member of my Feng family that he won't lie. What do you mean? The first elder was suspicious. There's one thing that the first elder and everyone present might not know. Actually, Gongzi Feng is not the son of Wen Hai and Yin Hui. Feng Yuan said. What? The elders looked at each other. Actually, Gongzi Feng is the son of Wen Hai and a brothel girl. In other words, he is an illegitimate child that isn't recognized. Feng Yuan said. Illegitimate child? Everyone was stunned. When Gongzi Feng heard the words illegitimate child, he also felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He slowly lowered his head, not daring to look at everyone's eyes. This matter is a great humiliation to our Feng family, so we have been keeping it a secret. It's also because he's an illegitimate child that our Feng family has always disliked him. He's also very prejudiced against my Feng clan. Think about it, with our relationship, would he fabricate a lie to help us frame Jiang Haotian? If it were you, would you? Feng Yuan said. No. The big shots shook their heads. If it were them, they would only have hatred for the Feng family. So what if he was an illegitimate child? Did he deserve such unfair treatment just because he was an illegitimate child? So, seeing Feng Zijuan, who had always bullied them, get into trouble, they couldn't be happier. Naturally, they wouldn't help the Feng family frame Jiang Haotian. Since it was impossible, then what Gongzi Feng said was the truth. Jiang Haotian, you're too bold. This old man really doesn't know who gave you the courage to act so recklessly in our Nine Heavens Palace. The old man who scolded Frenzy before looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang was still indifferent. Great Elder, this person first killed Zijuan and extorted the white tiger blood essence from this old man. Then, he used his power for personal gain and silenced us. May I ask, how should we deal with such a crime? Feng Yuan said. Kill. He must be killed. Kill one as an example to others. If we let him go like this, then what rules will there be in our Nine Heavens Palace? The big shots expressed their opinions one after another. Lords, there's one more thing. What Jiang Haotian and Frenzy did has now spread throughout the entire northern region. If we still indulge them, I'm afraid it will seriously affect the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace. Yin Hui suddenly interjected. What? The news has spread throughout the northern region so quickly? Then this matter can't be neglected. Not only Jiang Haotian must be executed, but Frenzy, Hua Yi, and Mu Tianyang must also be executed. Otherwise, our Nine Heavens Palace will be scolded for protecting our disciples. The big shots said one after another. The Great Elder looked at the intense reaction of the crowd and couldn't help but gradually frown. These four bastards, why aren't they fighting back? Shangguan Fenglan was also extremely irritated. Feng Yuan cupped his hands and said, Great Elder, we know that you usually like Frenzy, but this time, the matter is too big, please reconsider. Yes, Great Elder, you can't ruin the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace because of your personal emotions. The others also persuaded. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang didn't speak anymore, but looked at the big shots with a trace of a smile in their eyes. Then, they glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Let's see how you can escape this time. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the other three still didn't say anything, the Great Elder couldn't help but say angrily, The four of you really have nothing to say? The four of them remained silent. Feng Yuan cupped his hands and said, Silence means tacit agreement. Great Elder, please give the order. Who? The Great Elder took a deep breath and looked at the four of them. Since you don't want to defend yourselves, then this old man will give the order, this old man announces. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and finally reacted. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Great Elder, wait. Chapter 2139. The Great Elder was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three and frowned. What do you want to say? Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang also looked at the four of them suspiciously. At this point, there shouldn't be any excuses, right? Because the situation was already decided. No matter what they said, no one would believe them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. In fact, these things were fabricated by Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Feng Yuan. No. To be precise, it's a framing. Qin Feiyang said. Framing? The leaders frowned. It's finally starting. Shangguan Fenglan muttered. These guys wouldn't sit still and wait for death. She was worried for nothing. Jiang Haotian, you can't say things like that. Feng Yuan is the hall master of our resource hall, Yin Hui is an elder of our enforcement hall, and Jin Yunchang is an inner elder. They are all reputable figures in our Nine Heavens Palace. Slandering them is a bigger crime than abusing your power to silence them, the Great Elder said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang smiled, of course, this disciple knows that. The great elder frowned. If that's the case, why didn't you defend yourselves before? It's simple. Just watch the show. We want to see what kind of face they will show. The result didn't disappoint us. It's very exciting. Qin Feiyang smiled. Presumptuous. Jiang Haotian, the evidence is conclusive. Even if you have a glib tongue, don't think about getting away with it today. Feng Yuan said angrily. Evidence. Qin Feiyang chuckled and shook his head. Feng Yuan, oh Feng Yuan, you really don't have a long memory. Isn't the end of Feng Wenhai and Jin Yunchang enough of a lesson for you? Jiang Haotian, you're wrong. It's not that he doesn't have a long memory, it's just that he's old and his memory is getting worse. Madman said indifferently. Preposterous, preposterous. Feng Yuan was furious. He looked at the elder. Elder, did you see that? This is their attitude. After all, I am the hall head of the resource hall. Indeed, he is too insensible. Our Nine Heavens Palace has always had a good reputation. How could we have such a disciple? The other leaders shook their heads as they looked at Qin Feiyang's group. The first elder saw that the situation was bad. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said, if you have something to say, say it. Don't mess around. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Feng Yuan and Jin Yunchang. He then looked at Yin Hui and said with a smile, to be honest, I admire you. You sent us to prison as soon as you came out of seclusion. You're much better than Feng Wenhai. Yin Hui didn't say anything, but her eyes flickered. But there's a saying that goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. If you don't get Gong Feng to look for me in the prison and ask about Ji Yong's whereabouts, I won't be able to break the deadlock you set up this time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Hui was shocked. Do you know? When I saw your faces before, I really wanted to laugh. Because in my eyes, you're as funny as clowns. Qin Feiyang said. Clowns? The madman was stunned. He thought about it carefully and nodded. That's a good word. It suits them very well. Hu Yi and Mu Tianyang also laughed. But it was full of sarcasm. Feng Yuan and the other two's faces became uglier and uglier. The first elder raised his eyebrows and said angrily, I'll warn you again. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the other leaders. He smiled and said, I believe that it's not only the first elder who can't wait, but all of you must also want to know what the truth is. So now, I'll have someone tell you the real truth. The real truth. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and said with a smile, you guys have to sit tight. Don't be scared stiff later. After speaking, Qin Feiyang still looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and said, say it. Who is he talking to? Everyone was surprised and naturally looked at the madman, Hu Yi, and Mu Tianyang. Because the three of them were with Qin Feiyang. If it wasn't Qin Feiyang, then it must be one of the three. But in the end, the madman and the other two didn't speak. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, Gong Zong Feng suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, Gong Zong Feng became the focus of everyone again. However, there was a trace of suspicion in everyone's eyes. Why did Gong Zong Feng stand out? Including Feng Yuan and the other two. No one thought that Qin Feiyang was talking to Gong Zong Feng just now. Gong Zong Feng glanced at everyone and said, First Elder, Lords, I said before that Jiang Haotian is the murderer of my second brother, Feng Zijuan. Everyone nodded. Gong Zong Feng glanced at Feng Yuan and the other two and suddenly changed the topic. He looked at the first elder and said, actually, those words were taught to me by Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang. What? The first elder suddenly stood up. The others were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Gong Zong Feng, what are you trying to say? Feng Yuan and the other two had an uneasy premonition in their hearts as they stared gloomily at Gong Zong Feng. But Gong Zong Feng turned a deaf ear to them and looked at the first elder and continued, I reckon that the first elder shouldn't have understood. Then, I will say it again. Those words were taught by Feng Yuan and the others in order to frame Jiang Haotian and the other three. Gong Zong Feng. Feng Yuan and Yin Hui shouted in unison, their eyes gloomy to the extreme. Jin Yunchang, on the other hand, had a look of surprise. They actually turned against him? But why was that? Frame Jiang Haotian and the other three? What the hell is going on? The big shots also frowned and kept discussing. At the same time, the first elder and Shangguan Fenglan also looked at each other, and a glint flashed in their eyes at the same time. Silence. The first elder shouted. The great council hall immediately fell into dead silence. The first elder looked at Gongzong Feng and said, "This old man is very interested to hear how they framed Jiang Haotian and the other three." First elder, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Gongzong Feng, "Why is that? Could it be that Jiang Haotian and the others gave you some benefits?" Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were also burning with anxiety as they secretly reprimanded Gongzong Feng. But Gongzong Feng ignored them from beginning to end. The first elder looked at Feng Yuan and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious, let him speak first." Feng Yuan wanted to say something again. But at this moment, Gongzong Feng spoke. First elder, the truth is that Cheng Li was actually killed by Jin Yunchang and Yu Zijie, and then framed senior brother Fengzi and the other two. And the 4 disciples that appeared in the resource hall were deliberately arranged by Yin Hui, Yu Zijie, and Jin Yunchang in order to lure Jiang Haotian into the trap. As for Feng Zijuan being killed by Jiang Haotian, that's an even more groundless accusation. And all of this was meticulously planned by them in order to get rid of Jiang Haotian and the others. Gongzong Feng said. What? Cheng Li was actually killed by Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang? Wait. Why is Yu Zijie involved in this matter? The powerhouses were surprised. Because senior brother Fengzi has always been suppressing Yu Zijie, which made Yu Zijie very unhappy. Especially the last time in the treasure pavilion, when he was bidding for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, senior brother Fengzi humiliated him in public, causing him to bear a grudge in his heart. So, he joined forces with Yin Hui and the others to get rid of senior brother Fengzi. Gongzong Feng said. Gongzong Feng, have you said enough? What benefits did you receive from them to actually help them bite back at us? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang shouted. I didn't receive any benefits from them. I just don't want to collude with you guys, and I don't want a good person like senior brother Jiang to be harmed by you guys, so I told the truth. Gongzong Feng said indifferently. Yin Hui was infuriated. No wonder Qin Feiyang and the others weren't worried at all before. It turned out that they had already bribed Gongzong Feng. The first elder said with a smile, "This matter is really getting more and more interesting." First elder, don't listen to his nonsense. He must be holding a grudge against us because we didn't give his mother a status, so he joined forces with Jiang Haotian and the others to take revenge on us. Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Yes. He has always been brooding about this matter. First elder, you have to be clear about this. The words of such a person are not worthy of trust at all. Jin Yunchang also said. Not worthy of trust? That's not right. Why didn't I see you guys say such things when you were slandering us earlier? Now that he has told the truth, you guys are saying that he is not worthy of trust. Isn't that too realistic? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them mockingly. That's because we were blind before and didn't see his true colors clearly. Jin Yunchang roared. Haha, you really should dig out your eyes. Otherwise, why are you so blind and always provoking us? Qin Feiyang laughed. Jin Yunchang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The first elder glanced at Qin Feiyang and Jin Yunchang and said angrily, Quiet. Jin Yunchang became obedient at once. Qin Feiyang also shut his mouth tactfully. The first elder looked at Gongzong Feng and said in a deep voice, Your one-sided words can't be used as evidence. I know that no one will believe you if you go back on your words like this. Gongzong Feng nodded. The first elder asked, Then do you have evidence? I don't. Gongzong Feng shook his head. Feng Yuan and the other 2 immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no evidence. Gongzong Feng said again, but it doesn't mean that others don't have evidence. What? Feng Yuan and the other 2 were shocked. Their hearts that had just been relieved were suspended again. Who? The first elder asked. Me. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the void. Immediately after, a young man in purple appeared beside Gongzong Feng out of thin air. You are. The first elder looked at the young man in purple suspiciously. The young man in purple bowed and said, First elder, my name is Mu Qing, an inner disciple. Mu Qing. The first elder frowned. Shangguan Fenglan said, First elder, I have seen him before. He seems to be Mu Tianyang's relative. The first elder stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, I remember now. I saw him during the test. Yes. He was with Mu Tianyang and a girl named Guozueki. Shangguan Fenglan said. The other giants also remembered. There was indeed such a person. Chapter 2140. Mu Qing. Feng Yuan frowned. Yin Hui said to herself, Father, do you know this person too? Yes. During the assessment, the first elder seemed to be very concerned about him. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. Concerned? Yin Hui was surprised. I still remember that Jiang Haotian entered a state of invisibility and wanted to assassinate this person. But in the end, this person seemed to know his location and dodged in advance. That's what the first elder is concerned about. Feng Yuan said to himself. Invisibility? Yin Hui frowned. There was no doubt. Jiang Haotian entered the state of invisibility because he had mastered a divine art that could make him invisible. But this Mu Qing could actually see through the other party's invisibility. This was a little unbelievable. The first elder looked at Mu Qing and asked, Just now you said that you have evidence. Is that true? Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Where is the evidence? The first elder said. Mu Qing took out the image crystal and said with a smile, The evidence is here. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the image crystal in Mu Qing's hand. Jin Yunchang was shocked and transmitted his voice, Father-in-law, he wouldn't have secretly recorded something, right? Don't panic. Feng Yuan said to himself and stared at Mu Qing's image crystal with a gloomy expression. Yin Hui said to herself, Why don't we just destroy the image crystal? Don't be impulsive. Maybe this is a trap set by Jiang Haotian. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. A trap? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were surprised. Yes. Maybe they don't have evidence at all. They are just pretending to lure us to take action. Because once we take action, it is equivalent to admitting that we framed them. Feng Yuan said to himself. That's true. Only a guilty conscience would destroy the image crystal. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang muttered. But in their hearts, there was always a sense of anxiety and uneasiness. Mu Qing looked at Feng Yuan and the other two and asked suspiciously, Why didn't you have any reaction when you saw the image crystal? How do you want us to react? Feng Yuan sneered. Mu Qing said, There's evidence of you framing me. Logically speaking, shouldn't you destroy it when no one is paying attention? Destroy it? You must be joking. We are not afraid of crooked shadows. Feng Yuan sneered. He was certain that there was nothing inside the image crystal. This was a bait to lure them into making a move. Once they made a move, even if there was no evidence, it would be difficult for them to get away with it. Hearing Mu Qing's words, Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang's hearts calmed down. Did he really think that he could trick them with such a petty trick? Naive. Mu Qing looked at the three of them in astonishment and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll make it public? Make it public. Feng Yuan's face was filled with provocation. Are you sure? Why don't I give you another chance? It's not too late to destroy it now. After Mu Qing finished speaking, she handed the image crystal to Feng Yuan. The sneer on Feng Yuan's face deepened. Alas. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed, saying, You don't want the opportunity that's given to you. I really don't know what you're thinking. In that case. Mu Qing retreated to Mu Tianyang's side, looked at the chief elder and the other giants, and said with a smile, Everyone, please enjoy. Buzz. The image crystal was immediately activated. In the void of the main hall, an image immediately unfolded. In the image, there were Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Child Feng. Moreover, it was the time when Yin Hui told Feng Yuan about the overall plan. What? Feng Yuan and the other two were stunned as if they had been hit in the head. They didn't lie to them. There was really an image. Damn it. They should have destroyed the image crystal before. Although destroying the image crystal was a sign of guilt, there was no real evidence. The chief elder could only give them a warning at most. But it was different now. The image in front of them was irrefutable evidence. They had a chance, and the other party had given it to them, but they didn't cherish it. At this moment, the three of them were full of regret. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It should be too late for them to destroy the image crystal now. Moreover, the chief elder and the others wouldn't give them the chance. Father-in-law, what should we do? Jin Yunchang looked at the image and couldn't help but tremble. How would I know? Feng Yuan said angrily. He didn't expect that Mu Qing would record their conversation. At this time, the meeting hall was dead silent. The chief elder, Shangguan Fenglan, and the other giants were all looking at the image in the void, their faces extremely gloomy. A moment later, the image finally ended. Mu Qing put away the image crystal, turned to look at Feng Yuan and the other two, and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You didn't cherish it." Puff. As soon as these words came out, Feng Yuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This was extreme anger attacking the heart. Smack. The chief elder slammed his palm on the table, stood up, looked at Feng Yuan and the other two, and shouted, "What do you have to say now?" The three of them trembled and directly knelt on the ground. What did I say just now? Sit tight and don't be scared stiff. Didn't it come true? Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them mockingly. The three of them were thinking about how to escape this disaster, so how could they listen to these words? Feng Yuan, Yin Hui, you've gone too far this time. Jiang Haotian and the others did have a grudge against you, but you know in your heart that you provoked them first. Yet, you all have been unrepentant this entire time. Now, you even came up with such a vicious scheme to frame them. You even lied to us and the chief elder. You've gone mad. Do you think people like you deserve to be the resource hall master and the disciplinary hall elder? The giants were extremely angry. Deceiving them like this was treating them like idiots. Looking at the angry giants, Feng Yuan and the other two's faces were full of fear. Sigh. The chief elder sighed and said, "This old man didn't expect that the Nine Heaven Palace was hiding such terrifying people like you." "I'm sorry, chief elder," Feng Yuan hurriedly apologized. "Is an apology useful? When Feng Wenhai framed Jiang Haotian last time, this old man asked you if you had anything to do with it. How did you answer this old man back then? You swore that you didn't know about it and didn't participate in it. This old man believed you, but what about now? How can this old man still believe you after what you've done?" The chief elder said with a face full of disappointment. "Chief elder, this has nothing to do with Lord Father. He only knew about it afterward. And Jin Yunchang and I have nothing to do with this. Because this plan was thought of by Gongzi Feng. At most, we're accomplices." Yin Hui said. Yes. This was all Gongzi Feng's idea. "Please forgive us, chief elder," Jin Yunchang hurriedly said. "Not only are you unrepentant, but you're also pushing the blame. How stubborn. Even if this plan was thought of by Gongzi Feng, you still deserve to die." The chief elder shouted angrily. Yes. It's all our fault. Chief elder, please forgive us and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf." The three of them trembled and hurriedly said. "Shut up for this old man first." The chief elder snorted coldly and returned to his seat. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "Send a message to Yu Zijie and tell him to come over immediately." "Yes." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, a young man in white appeared. It was Yu Zijie. "Greetings, Hallmaster." Yu Zijie stood in a cultivation room and bowed respectfully to Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Come to the conference hall immediately." "Go to the conference hall?" Yu Zijie was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" "Just come when I tell you to. What nonsense are you talking about?" Shangguan Fenglan shouted. Okay, I'll be right there." Yu Zijie hurriedly nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Yu Zijie, This bastard, I will not let him off easily. Don't be polite with me later. If you have a grudge, take revenge. Frenzy transmitted his voice. Thinking of Yu Zijie's face at the Saint Peak, he couldn't help but get angry. Don't worry. My fists have been thirsting for blood for a long time. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. Next. No one spoke. Feng Yuan and the other two also kept kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Because they all knew that the chief elder was angry. Once this old man was angry, the consequences were very serious. The conference hall once again fell into dead silence. Da. Not long after. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a young man in white ran into the conference hall. It was Yu Zijie. But when he saw Feng Yuan and the other two kneeling on the ground, his expression suddenly froze. What's the situation? Why are they kneeling on the ground? Coming back to his senses, Yu Zijie looked at Qin Feiyang and the others again and immediately fell into a daze. Why are these people standing? What happened? Logically speaking, the people kneeling on the ground should be Frenzy and Jiang Haotian, right? Yu Zijie. The chief elder shouted. Yu Zijie quivered and hurriedly bowed. Greetings to the chief elder, greetings to the lords. Answer me. Did you kill Cheng Li? The chief elder asked. Yu Zijie was shocked and glanced at Feng Yuan and the other two. Could it be that the matter had been exposed? But how was this possible? Speak. The chief elder shouted. Yu Zijie hurriedly said, Chief elder, where did this come from? Weren't Frenzy and the others the ones who killed Cheng Li? You really don't want to tell the truth. The chief elder's face was full of anger. As the second person on the heaven roll and the direct disciple of the second elder, you actually colluded with Feng Yuan and the others to frame others. You are really something. Plop. Yu Zijie quivered and directly knelt on the ground. He was so frightened that he was paralyzed. Feng Yuan and the others have already confessed to the stupid things you have done. Tell me, how should I punish you? The chief elder said coldly. Confess. Yu Zijie was taken aback and immediately roared in his heart. Damn it, damn it. Why did these three bastards confess? Chapter 2141. If it was just a small mistake, he wouldn't care at all. Because as the disciple of the second elder, he had a lot of glory and the upper echelons of Nine Heaven Palace wouldn't do anything to him. But this time, he killed an elder. Although he was only an outer elder, he was still an elder. The most important thing was, the person he framed was the person the great elder cared about the most. Perhaps even his master would be enraged if he heard of this. The great elder's face was gloomy as he shouted, Yu Zijie, answer this old man's question. Yu Zijie's body trembled as he hurriedly said, Great elder, this disciple was bewitched by them. This disciple is indeed wrong. This disciple will definitely change. Bewitched. The madman laughed in anger. He was clearly the mastermind, yet he was still complaining. He took a step forward and kicked Yu Zijie to the ground, causing his head to bleed. Madman, you bastard, Yu Zijie immediately cursed, but when he got up and saw the expression on the madman's face, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The cursing also stopped abruptly. You're cursing. If you have the guts, then curse me out. The madman licked his lips, his expression was cold, and his eyes were bloodthirsty. Yu Zijie's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. The madman laughed and grabbed Yu Zijie, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him crazily. Seeing this situation, the big shots couldn't help frowning. After all, he was the second elder's disciple. Wasn't this a bit too much? But seeing the great elder indifferent, they didn't dare to stop him. After a while, Yu Zijie's face that was constantly rubbing against the ground was unrecognizable, and blood flowed all over the ground. Pain. A heart-wrenching pain. But compared to pain, it was more humiliation. Torturing him like this in front of so many people was a formless humiliation, but now, he didn't dare to fight back or resist. Because he had made a mistake, the great elder didn't say anything, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing with the madman's actions. And in front of the madman, he didn't have the strength to fight back or resist. The madman suddenly stopped, got up and kicked. Yu Zijie immediately rolled like a ball, lying on the ground face up. The The skin on his face was completely worn out, and he no longer looked human. The madman sneered, "Do you still remember what I said on the Saint Mountain?" Yu Zijie's body and mind tightened, and the panic in his heart grew stronger. Of course, he remembered that madman had silently said, "You're dead." But at that time, he didn't care at all. He thought that the lunatic would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect the plot to turn around so quickly. How is it? Now it has come true. A piece of trash like you dares to scheme against me? The madman looked down at Yu Zijie with disdain. Trash. When Yu Zijie heard this, he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were burning with rage. Still not convinced. The madman stomped on Yu Zijie's stomach, shattering his chi-si. Roar. Yu Zijie immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. An old man couldn't bear it and said with a frown, "Madman, that should be enough." Enough. The madman raised his eyebrows as he looked at the old man and cursed, "Are you fucking joking?" "You." The old man's eyes widened. "What's wrong with me? When I was wronged just now, all of you were shouting at me and even wanted to kill me. But when it's Yu Zijie, why are all of you acting like a mute? And now you're scolding me. What's wrong? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The madman said with a sneer. When the old man heard this, he immediately lowered his head in shame. "Actually, I know that all of you old fools have long found me an eyesore. Unfortunately, my life is very tough, I just can't die." The madman had a mocking expression. The first elder coughed dryly, "Madman, don't go too far. You won't let others speak the truth. Look at these people, which one of them isn't like the old man? They don't do anything usually, but when something happens, they run out. The key is that I haven't seen them say a single meaningful word. What's the point of living for such people? It's better to dig a hole early, lie in it, and then cover it with soil to avoid being hated." The madman pursed his lips. When Qin Feiyang and the other two heard this, their faces immediately turned red. This was really insulting. How could these old fellows have any face left? The atmosphere at the scene was quite awkward. The big shots were both angry and ashamed. Cough cough. The first elder coughed dryly and said, "Let's get to the point. Everyone, tell us, how should we deal with them?" The madman said indifferently, "Before you speak, you have to think carefully, lest you go down in history in infamy." "Go down in history in infamy? Senior brother madman, why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Think about it yourself. Previously, when we were wronged, they all said righteously that if we weren't killed, it wouldn't be enough to appease the anger of the people. Now, if trash like Feng Yuan says that he's lenient because of old ties, wouldn't he be cursed in the future?" The madman joked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, "It does make sense." "Nonsense. I'm such a smart person, how can my words not make sense?" The madman touched his chin narcissistically, but when he looked at the big shots, his eyes were full of playfulness. The big shots were about to go crazy with anger. This madman was obviously mocking them. Seeing that the situation was set and couldn't be reversed, Yin Hui couldn't help but sigh secretly. She looked at the first elder and pleaded, "First elder, this matter really has nothing to do with my father. I am willing to bear it alone. Please look at my father's conscientious work in the Nine Heavens Palace all these years and give him a way out." Feng Yuan looked at Yin Hui, tears flowing down his old face. "Father, you are not in the wrong. You were implicated by us. I'm sorry to have implicated you." Yin Hui blamed herself. "No. First elder, I am the mastermind of this matter. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang were instigated by me. I am willing to bear all the consequences." Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at the first elder. Yin Hui's expression changed and said secretly, "Father, what are you doing?" Jin Yunchang was also quite surprised. He originally guessed that Feng Yuan might let him take the blame. Because, although he was Feng Yuan's son-in-law, whether it was background or strength, he couldn't compare to Yin Hui. After all, Yin Hui still had a master. Her master was an existence that even the big shots had to be respectful to. However, he never thought that Feng Yuan would take the blame himself. "I know what I am doing. Although this will ruin my reputation, With my status in the Nine Heavens Palace and my contributions to the Nine Heavens Palace over the years, the first elder will definitely not kill me. But you are different. Once you bear this responsibility, you will have to pay the price of beheading. My Feng family has already become like this. No one can be sacrificed. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice. His tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. A mere Jiang Haotian had caused their Feng family to become like this. Was this fate? The first elder looked at the three, his eyes flickering. Finally, he looked at Feng Yuan and sighed. This old man can understand your feelings. But the evidence that Mu Qing took out is enough to prove that you only knew about it after the fact. So this responsibility has to be shouldered by Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang. After the first elder finished speaking, he looked at Yu Zijie and said, You too. Although you are the second elder's disciple, you have to be punished for your mistakes. Yu Zijie's eyes trembled. Then, the first elder looked at the big shots and said, This is not the first time the Feng family has framed Jiang Haotian. If this matter is not handled properly, it will definitely arouse public anger. Everyone, please make a decision. The big shots looked at each other, unable to make up their minds for a moment. One of the middle-aged men said, First elder, since the victims are Jiang Haotian and the other three, why don't we let them make the decision? Yes, yes, yes. Whether it's for public or private reasons, it's best to let them make the decision. The others agreed. They didn't want to incur Feng Yuan's hatred. Because from the first elder's attitude, he didn't have any intention of punishing Feng Yuan. Of course. The person they were most afraid of was Yin Hui's master, Elder Yun. This old man wasn't someone they could offend. Therefore, it was better not to get involved in this matter. Mu Tianyang glanced at the big shots and secretly sneered, What a bunch of old foxes. I've long expected it. As long as Feng Yuan is still the hall master of the resource hall, they won't dare to offend him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. As for the first elder. In fact, just like when he punished Feng Wenhai last time, he didn't want to be the bad guy, so he let the big shots make the decision. Jiang Haotian, Frenzy, Huiyi, Mu Tianyang, since the big shots suggested that you guys make the decision, then you guys should think about it carefully. The first elder laughed. Old fox, the four of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. He actually handed it over to them. For a time, the four of them once again became the focus of the audience. This matter, cough, cough. Brother Jiang should make the decision. Mu Tianyang laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Jiang has the deepest grudge with the Feng family, so it's very appropriate to let Brother Jiang make the decision. Huiyi also laughed. Jiang Haotian, you have a heavy responsibility. Frenzy patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and laughed. Are you guys interested? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The three of them laughed but didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He glanced at Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang before looking at Yu Zijie. Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang didn't care. After all, they had already offended the Feng family. But this Yu Zijie was a very troublesome problem. One has to know that behind Yu Zijie was the second elder, and his talent was also very outstanding. If he died because of him, the second elder would most likely come to find trouble with him. If he understood the second elder, he might be able to think of a countermeasure. But currently, he knew nothing about the second elder. Hurry up, everyone is waiting, Frenzy urged. Qin Feiyang secretly said angrily, Don't you want to deal with Yu Zijie? Now that such a good opportunity has presented itself, why don't you make a move? I've already beaten him up just now, and I've already vented my anger. Frenzy secretly laughed. Chapter 2142. Qin Feiyang stared at Madman and took a deep breath. Since when did he become so wishy-washy? He wasn't like this in the past. Could it be that the sharpness from back then had been wiped out? In fact, sharpness was something that everyone had when they were young. But as they continued to grow, as time passed, they would slowly change and no longer be as impulsive and reckless as before. In short, after a person matured, before doing anything, they would consider all aspects. Jiang Haotian, how about we talk again? Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at Feng Yuan. Because the owner of the voice was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan transmitted his voice, same as last time, 4 billion soulstones, for peak-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This again? Jiang Haotian, how about we talk? Suddenly, another voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Zijie in surprise. Yu Zijie secretly said, I will give you 1 billion soulstones, let me go, and I promise that I will treat you like a brother in the future. Brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although you have Madman's protection now, you have to know that Madman can go to the Divine Palace at any time. When Madman goes to the Divine Palace, then you will have no support in Nine Heavens Palace. And now, as long as we become friends, then I can be your backer in the future. At that time, you can still run rampant in Nine Heavens Palace. Yu Zijie transmitted his voice. Friend. Backer. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, but before, you wanted to kill me. This is a misunderstanding. You should also know that my real target is not you. Yu Zijie secretly said. I know your target is Madman, but I almost died under your tricks, that is an indisputable fact. Do you think we can be friends like this? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Of course. As long as you're willing. Yu Zijie said. Do you know? If it was me who had just entered Nine Heavens Palace, I would have definitely agreed. Because at that time, I lacked soul stones. But now, I don't lack anything. Qin Feiyang said to Yu Zijie indifferently. Then, he said to Feng Yuan through telepathy, last time, I already showed mercy, but in return, you guys went from bad to worse. So, this kind of thing won't happen again. Following closely, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the Great Elder. He bowed and said, Great Elder, this disciple has made his decision. Go ahead. The Grand Elder said. Jiang Haotian, you better think carefully. Yu Zijie and Feng Yuan shouted at Qin Feiyang at almost the same time. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to the Great Elder's words. As all the lords have said, this matter has already spread to the entire Northern Territory. If we do not punish them severely, it will damage the reputation of our Nine Heavens Palace. Therefore, this disciple believes that these people should be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy. Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang's eyes trembled. Although they were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel afraid when they heard this. Well said. The reputation of Nine Heavens Palace needs to be protected by all of us. For the sake of this reputation, Shangguan Fenglan, do it. The Great Elder shouted. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up. Yu Zijie immediately panicked. He kowtowed while crying, Great Elder, I dare not do it again. Please, spare me this time. I dare not do it again. Jin Yunchang also begged repeatedly. Only Yin Hui remained silent. She stared at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of hatred. Jin Yunchang, you deserve to die the most. Last time, you used the cave-dwelling incident to deliberately make things difficult for Jiang Haotian and the others. This palace lord was already merciful by not expelling you from Nine Heavens Palace, but you don't repent. When Shangguan Fenglan said this, killing intent surged in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a strand of divine power streaked across the sky like lightning and entered Jin Yunchang's forehead under his despairing gaze. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Jin Yunchang fell to the ground on the spot. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows and blood flowed out. Looking at this scene, Yu Zijie became more and more panicked. Yin Hui, as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, you knowingly broke the law. Not only did you damage the reputation of Nine Heavens Palace, but you also deceived us and the Great Elder. With 2 crimes on your body, you deserve to die. Shangguan Fenglan said coldly. After speaking, a strand of divine power appeared again. Stop. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded. Following closely, a black-clothed old man strode into the meeting hall. Elder Yun, Master. When Feng Yuan and Yin Hui saw the old man, their eyes burned with hope. The various leaders were also moved by this. However, Qin Feiyang and the others frowned. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and looked at Elder Yun. Elder Yun, this matter. The black-clothed old man waved his hand and stopped Shangguan Fenglan. He then looked at the Great Elder and bowed. Greetings, Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. In fact, I have been here for a long time, but I didn't show up, so this old man knows everything that happened before. And I am not here to plead for Yin Hui. Elder Yun said. Then why are you here? The Great Elder was suspicious. Elder Yun said, I killed her with my own hands. What? Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at each other. Killed Yin Hui with his own hands? Yin Hui was also completely dumbfounded. She thought that Elder Yun was here to help her, but she didn't expect that he was here to kill her. Elder Yun, she is your disciple. Feng Yuan also had a look of disbelief. It is because she is my disciple that I have to end her life with my own hands. Elder Yun's eyes were cold, looking at Yin Hui with a face of disappointment. In the past, I accepted you as a disciple because I saw that you were ambitious and kind-hearted, but I didn't expect that you would become like this today. I'm sorry. Yin Hui lowered her head. Elder Yun stepped forward, touched Yin Hui's head, and sighed. In fact, I don't want to kill you, but since you made a mistake, you should bear the consequences. Master, please do it. Yin Hui slowly closed her eyes. Sigh. Elder Yun let out a long sigh, the divine power in his palm moved, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed out from the top of Yin Hui's head. Elder Yun said, Don't worry, this old man will take good care of Zihon for you. Thank you, Master. Yin Hui smiled gratefully. Elder Yun's arm shook, and a crisp sound suddenly came from Yin Hui's head. Following that, Yin Hui slowly fell to the ground, and her life fluctuations quickly dissipated. Sure enough, he is a real old man. Qin Fei Yang sighed. Mu Tianyang and Hue Yi also nodded. Phew. Elder Yun exhaled, retracted his arm, and looked at the Great Elder. Great Elder, I have a presumptuous request. Speak. The Great Elder said. Elder Yun said, I want to bury her with my own hands. Okay. After all, she is your disciple. The Great Elder nodded. Thank you, Great Elder. Elder Yun bowed, then carried Yin Hui's body, turned around, and strode out. Throughout the whole process, he ignored Qin Fei Yang and the others, as if he didn't see them. After Elder Yun left, Feng Yuan collapsed on the ground powerlessly, his eyes lifeless, and his whole person seemed to have aged dozens of years. First, Feng Wenhai was expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace, then Feng Zijuan was killed, and then Jin Fatso died because of him. Now, Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang died one after another. In just a few months, his son, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, grandson, and grandson had met with misfortune one after another. The current Feng family could be considered to have declined in the true sense. This blow to him was too great. Looking at Yu Zijie again, Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui died one after another, and at this moment, his heart was completely in despair. Regret and hatred intertwined. Shangguan Fenglan lowered her head to look at Yu Zijie and sighed, You originally had a great future, but unfortunately, it was all buried in your own hands. I refuse to accept this. Why can you just let it go when a lunatic makes a mistake? And when I make a mistake, you want to kill me? Yu Zijie suddenly roared. Lunatic did make a lot of mistakes in the past, but he has never killed an elder-level figure. Shangguan Fenglan said. Cheng Li is just an outer sect elder, and I am second on the heaven leaderboard, the #1 alchemist. Am I not as valuable as him? You want me to die with him? Why? Yu Zijie had already gone crazy. Because if it was any other time, he would never dare to say such words. Although outer sect elders and inner sect elders didn't have high status in the Nine Heavens Palace, they were still elder-level figures. Behind people's backs, you could ignore them, but in front of others, you had to show respect. You really don't have the slightest bit of regret. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head in disappointment, and a strand of divine power flew out, heading straight for Yu Zijie's forehead. Jiang Haotian, you don't want me to live, so I won't let you have it easy. I'll kill you. But at the same time, Yu Zijie roared and charged at Qin Fei Yang. Just you. Madman seemed to have expected that Yu Zijie would act out of desperation. He took a step in front of Qin Fei Yang and sent him flying with a kick. Bang! Yu Zijie screamed as he flew out and smashed into a stone pillar. Madman, you bastard! Yu Zijie's hair stood up in anger as he ran towards Madman in a sorry state. Pa. But at this moment, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. A white figure appeared in front of Yu Zijie out of thin air and raised his hand to slap Yu Zijie's face. En. Qin Feiyang was surprised. It was the back of a young man. His figure was quite thin, and his clothes were whiter than snow. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his entire person exuded an ethereal and unfathomable aura. Not good. Madman muttered. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him. Madman secretly said, he is the second elder of our 9 Heavens Palace. The second elder is so young. Mu Tianyang was surprised. This is normal. At our level, as long as we are willing, we can always maintain our youthful state. Madman said. Master. Yu Zijie was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Master, I don't want to die, save me. Chapter 2143. Shut up. The second elder shouted. His voice was also very young, but it was very stern. The great elder looked at the second elder and said, Second elder, aren't you in closed-door cultivation? You can't wait for me to continue my closed-door cultivation so that you can kill my good-for-nothing disciple? The second elder turned around and looked at the great elder. It was a cold face. The bridge of his nose was high, his facial features were cold, his dark eyes were incomparably sharp, and his 2 sword-like eyebrows emitted a threatening aura. Can't wait. Second elder, this old man doesn't like to hear these words. It's your disciple who made a mistake. Why do you say this old man can't wait? The great elder laughed. Don't say such pompous words. Yu Zijie has indeed gone overboard this time, but at most, he can only be considered an accomplice. He doesn't deserve to die. The second elder said indifferently. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and secretly thought, he really doesn't hide it at all. He has a high position and power, second only to the great elder. What else does he need to hide? It seems that it's impossible to kill Yu Zijie this time. Mu Tianyang and Hu Yi sighed secretly. At the same time, when Yu Zijie heard the second elder's words, his mind immediately calmed down. Following that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, his face full of pride and provocation, as if to say, see, I have a backer, it's hard to die even if I want to. Madman's eyes flashed as he looked at the second elder. Don't deserve to die. Second elder, according to what you said, Cheng Li and those 4 disciples deserve to die. The great elder said unhappily. I didn't say that. But since they're already dead, why add more souls to the dead? Besides, haven't Jin Yunchang and Yin Hui already been killed by you? It can be considered as not letting Cheng Li and the others down, the second elder said. The great elder's eyes darkened, and said, Second elder, this is not something you should say as the second elder of 9 Heavens Palace. Then what do you want me to say? I only have 1 disciple, is it wrong for me to protect him? The second elder said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Second elder, aren't you being a bit too unreasonable? Shut up. I'm talking to boss. Who are you to interrupt? Don't you know your place? The second elder scolded mercilessly. How dare you bully my Lan? Hu Yi was burning with rage as he roared, even our 9 Heavens Palace's second elder has to be reasonable, right? The second elder shot an unfriendly glance at Hu Yi and said, Who do you think you are? Shangguan Fenglan saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted at Hu Yi, You shut up for me. I won't. Hu Yi's temper flared up. He looked at the second elder and said, Although I'm only an ordinary disciple, I at least know that a person should have a bottom line, and also have a bit of conscience. How dare you? The second elder enunciated each word clearly. With a loud bang, a terrifying pressure rushed towards Hu Yi. Shangguan Fenglan's expression changed as she hurriedly stood in front of Hu Yi and cried out, Second elder, please calm down. However, the second elder turned a deaf ear to him. Pressure surged forth. There was a trace of fear in Shangguan Fenglan's eyes, but she did not retreat. Boom. The pressure blasted behind her. Puff. Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Lan. Hu Yi was shocked and hurriedly supported Shangguan Fenglan, his face full of concern. Can you say a few words less? If he's angry and insists on killing you, even I can't stop him. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. Good, good, good. Hue Yi nodded repeatedly. Lan. When the second elder heard how Hue Yi addressed Shangguan Fenglan, his expression was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Shangguan Fenglan, you're actually playing with a disciple. I knew it, so many people pursued you before, but you didn't agree. It turns out that you like those who are weaker than you, those who are younger than you. An old cow eating young grass, your hobby is not bad. His words were full of ridicule. The other giants also looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Hue Yi with strange expressions. An old cow eating young grass, Hue Yi originally did not intend to interrupt. But when he heard these words, the anger in his heart that had been suppressed with great difficulty rose again. And it was even stronger than before. The great elder's gaze sank slightly, and he said angrily, Second elder, your words are a bit too much. Too much? No way. It's just the truth. The second elder laughed. Damn it. This bastard is really annoying. Qin Feiyang muttered. So what if I'm annoyed? Mu Tianyang glanced helplessly, looked at the angry Hue Yi next to him, and said, Brother Hue, we are not his opponent, don't be impulsive. Watching your beloved woman being humiliated like this, if it were you, would you be able to bear it? Hue Yi said angrily. I really can't bear it. Mu Tianyang shook his head and said, however, you have to bear it even if you can't bear it. Jiang Haotian, Mu Tianyang, frenzy, take Hue Yi and leave immediately. Shangguan Fenglan's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Okay. The three of them nodded. They knew that if they didn't take Hue Yi away, it would definitely become more and more troublesome. The three of them immediately carried Hue Yi and walked outside. Shangguan Fenglan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked up at the second elder, and said, Second elder, although Hue Yi is weaker and younger than me, but when it comes to feelings, as long as both sides are in love, it's fine, so please respect me a little. How am I disrespecting you? Because you are already so old, is it wrong to call you an old cow? That's right, isn't it, everyone? The second elder glanced at the big shots, his face full of ridicule. None of the big shots made a sound. But on their faces, there was a trace of a smile. Fuck you, you're still pushing your luck. Hue Yi had just been carried to the door by Qin Feiyang and the other two. Hearing the second elder's words, he was immediately furious. Courting death. The second elder's eyes were cold. The one courting death is you. Hue Yi roared. Brother Hue, calm down. Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang persuaded. Even madmen had been persuading him. If this continued, something big would definitely happen. Let go of me, I'm going to kill him. How could Hue Yi listen? Especially when he saw Shangguan Fenglan being humiliated in public, his heart couldn't help but go crazy. A murderous intent appeared in the second elder's eyes, and he said to Qin Feiyang and the other two, let him go, I want to see how he's going to kill me. Second elder, please be magnanimous, don't bother with him. We'll take him away immediately. Mu Tianyang said with a flattering smile. The murderous intent in the second elder's eyes grew stronger, and he shouted, I told you to let him go, didn't you hear me? Qin Feiyang and the other two froze and quickly let go of Hue Yi. The second elder put his hands behind his back, looked at Hue Yi contemptuously, and said, Boy, come, I'm standing here, kill me if you have the ability. Brother Hue, don't make a move. He's deliberately provoking you. As long as you make a move, he will have a reason to kill you in front of the great elder. Qin Feiyang and the other two secretly thought. Humph. For Lana, even if I die, it's worth it. Hue Yi coldly snorted, and walked towards the second elder step by step. Hue Yi. Shangguan Fenglan was also burning with anxiety. Why was this person so stubborn? Second brother, it's just a disciple, is there a need to make such a big fuss? The great elder frowned, and waved his hand, Hue Yi, you can leave. Boss, a mere disciple dares to clamor with me, if I let him leave now, how can I establish myself in the Nine Heavens Palace in the future? The second elder raised his eyebrows. Clamor. All right, then I'll show you my true arrogance. The corner of Huiyi's mouth lifted. Shua. Suddenly. He disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were shocked. How did he disappear? They didn't catch him at all. How is this possible? Madman muttered. What do you mean? Could it be that even Madman didn't catch him? When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard Madman's voice, they hurriedly looked at him and saw Madman's face filled with disbelief. Looking at his expression, they really didn't catch him. The two of them were in disbelief as they looked at Shangguan Fenglan, the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the other big shots. Each and every one of them had a look of surprise. It can't be. Even they didn't catch how Huiyi disappeared. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were suddenly in a state of shock. Where are you looking? Huiyi's voice suddenly sounded again. Everyone looked over and saw that Huiyi had actually appeared behind Yu Zijie at some point in time. Yu Zijie was also in a daze. One must know that he was a perfect divine lord, and Huiyi was just a perfect divine war god. But when Huiyi appeared behind him, he didn't feel anything at all. But then, a terrifying thought crawled up in everyone's mind. Why did Huiyi run behind Yu Zijie? Could it be, no? Shangguan Fenglan quivered and hurriedly shouted at Huiyi. However, Huiyi turned a deaf ear. He raised his arm and grabbed Yu Zijie's head. You're courting death. Yu Zijie shouted angrily. A mere perfect divine war god wanted to kill him? But just as he was about to make a move, he was shocked to find that whether it was divine power or physical strength, he couldn't mobilize them. In fact, it was as if his entire body had been frozen, and he was unable to move in the slightest. Do you know? The person you shouldn't provoke the most is actually not Jiang Haotian, nor Madman, and definitely not Mu Tianyang. It's me, Huiyi. Huiyi lowered his head and whispered into Yu Zijie's ear. Then, the big hand that grabbed Yu Zijie's head slightly exerted force. Catcher. Immediately, Yu Zijie's head exploded like a watermelon. His divine soul was directly shattered. He died on the spot. What? He actually killed Yu Zijie. He's just a perfect divine war god. How did he do it? The big shots' hearts fluctuated and they were extremely shocked. Great Elder, Shangguan Fenglan, Qin Feiyang, Madman, Mu Tianyang, Gongzi Feng, including Feng Yuan who was paralyzed on the ground, were all dumbfounded. Not to mention the Second Elder. He was completely stunned. Not only did he kill his disciple in front of him, but he also killed him so easily. Is this kind of strength a perfect divine war god should have? Chapter 2144. When he came back to his senses, the Second Elder was furious. There was no doubt about it. Killing Yu Zijie in front of him, in front of so many people, was not only a provocation to him, but also a humiliation to him. As the Second Elder of Nine Heavens Palace, how could he tolerate someone being so presumptuous in front of him? Not to mention that the other party was just a small disciple. Boom! A monstrous pressure rushed out of his body like a torrent of beasts and pounced towards Huiyi. This time, the Second Elder did not hold back. The terrifying aura made Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang despair. But Huiyi's expression did not change. It was as if he did not put it in his eyes at all. Boom! The pressure enveloped over, but Huiyi stood under the pressure and his body did not even tremble. It was as if this pressure had no effect on him. How could this be? The Second Elder's eyes could not help but have a trace of surprise. Shangguan Fenglan was also in disbelief. That look in her eyes felt as if it was the first time she had seen Huiyi. She did not expect that this young man who usually did not care much would have such a terrifying ability. This elder does not believe that I can't deal with a small disciple like you. Killing intent surged in the Second Elder's eyes as divine power emerged. Second Elder. The Great Elder hurriedly shouted. He actually used divine power. This was not a child's play. He killed my disciple, he must die today. How could the Second Elder, who was already drowned in anger, listen? His divine power roared in all directions as he charged towards Huiyi. The Great Elder's face sank as he quickly condensed a divine power barrier, enveloping the Second Elder and Huiyi. Doing this was to protect the conference hall. He was very clear about the Second Elder's strength. Although the conference hall had been tempered by divine power, once the second elder was serious, it would definitely be destroyed. Secondly, it was to isolate the movements here so as not to alarm the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. As for the third point, it was naturally to protect Qin Feiyang and the others. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others were too weak. If they were not protected, they would definitely be affected. This guy suddenly became unfathomable, outside the barrier. Madman looked at Hue Yi standing inside the barrier, his eyes filled with surprise. I knew that his strength wasn't that simple, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yeah. This is beyond my imagination. Mu Tianyang nodded. In the blink of an eye, Shun Li had already arrived in front of Hue Yi. Wang. Just as Hue Yi was about to be drowned by the divine power, a fiery red divine light suddenly roared out from Hue Yi's body, forming a 5-foot-wide barrier. Boom! The divine power slammed into the barrier. A shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Second Elder's strength was obvious to all. Even Shangguan Fenglan was no match for him. However, at this moment, when his divine power bombarded the barrier formed by Hue Yi, the barrier did not show any signs of cracking. How is this possible? The second elder glared angrily. Within the 5-foot-wide red enchantment, Hue Yi crossed his arms across his chest. As he looked at the second elder, his face was filled with ridicule. Wait. The aura of this barrier. Suddenly, Great Elder stood up and stared at the fiery red barrier protecting Hue Yi in surprise. The other giants also seemed to have noticed something. They stood up one after another, their faces filled with surprise. Including Feng Yuan and Shangguan Fenglan. What's going on? Looking at the reaction of these people, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. Then, they looked at Madman. Like Great Elder and the others, he stared straight at the fiery red barrier. Big Brother Jiang, what's going on? Feng Yuan secretly asked. If you don't know, how would I know? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, then glanced at Madman and secretly asked, what are you guys doing? The great assembly hall was dead silent. Even the second elder was staring at Hue Yi in bewilderment. And if one looked carefully, one would find that there seemed to be a trace of fear in his eyes. Impossible, how could it be him? Madman finally spoke, but his words were filled with disbelief. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Vice Palace Master. The aura emitted by that barrier is exactly the same as the aura of our Nine Heavens Palace's Vice Palace Master. Madman said. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked and looked at Hue Yi in unison. Could he be the Vice Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace? No. He's not the Vice Palace Master. Because I've seen the Vice Palace Master, their looks are too different. Madman shook his head. If he's not the Vice Palace Master, then why is the barrier he condensed the same aura as the Vice Palace Master? Qin Feiyang secretly said. This is what I can't figure out, and it's probably what Great Elder and the others can't figure out. Madman said. It was also at this moment. Great Elder came back to his senses and shouted, Second Elder, retreat for this old man. Second Elder, who was standing opposite Hue Yi, suddenly quivered and hurriedly retreated to the side. Following closely, Great Elder waved his hand and the barrier protecting the great assembly hall dissipated. Then, he took 2 steps and walked in front of Hue Yi. He cupped his hands and said, May I ask who you are? His tone was also incomparably respectful. Hue Yi glanced at Second Elder and smiled coldly. Without speaking, he took out a jade pendant from the clothes under his neck. The jade pendant was half the size of a baby's fist. It was shaped like a cluster of flames, as if it was cast from magma, shining with a hazy treasure light. Upon seeing this jade pendant, Great Elder and the others' eyes trembled as they hurriedly knelt on one knee on the ground. Second Elder was no exception. And at this moment, his expression was full of fear. This, Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Gongzong Feng looked at this scene and their eyes almost popped out. It was just a jade pendant, but it actually made all the giants kneel down. This is not an ordinary jade pendant. Madman transmitted his voice. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This is the Vice Palace Master's Palace Master token. In other words, it's the so-called identity token. In our Nine Heavens Palace, there is a clear rule that seeing the Palace Master token is like seeing the Palace Master himself. So no matter who it is, they have to kowtow. Madman secretly said. Palace Master token. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, but at the same time, he was very confused. Since Hue Yi wasn't the Vice Palace Master, then why would he have the Palace Master token in his hand? Second Elder, now do you know how big of a mistake you have made? Hue Yi sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the fiery red barrier immediately collapsed. It then turned into a stream of light and entered the Palace Master token. So that barrier was transformed by the Palace Master token. Qin Feiyang muttered. When Second Elder heard Hue Yi's words, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He carefully asked, "May I ask who you are?" Hue Yi put away the Palace Master token and proudly said, "Your Vice Palace Master is my master. In other words, I am his last disciple." What? Vice Palace Master's disciple? The group of giants looked at each other. Why haven't they heard of the Vice Palace Master accepting any disciple? What? Are you doubting what I said? Hue Yi angrily said. No, no. The giants hurriedly shook their heads. The Great Elder got up and looked at Hue Yi with a smile. Since you are the Vice Palace Master's disciple, then you should know where the Vice Palace Master is now, right? Of course I know. But Lord Master has instructed me not to reveal his whereabouts to anyone. Especially you, Great Elder. Hue Yi smiled playfully. Especially me? The Great Elder was stunned. Yes. Master said that you, old man, are very annoying. If you know where he is, you will definitely go and bother him every day. Hue Yi said. The corner of the Great Elder's mouth twitched fiercely, and his expression was full of helplessness. He sighed and said, "When will he change his willful character?" Hue Yi grinned and quickly ran to Shangguan Fenglan. He smiled and said, "Lan why are you kneeling? Get up quickly." Shangguan Fenglan looked at Hue Yi with a complicated expression, then stood up and stood to the side silently. Hue Yi looked at Shangguan Fenglan in astonishment. Why did she seem more distant than before after revealing her identity? The other giants also got up one after another. Wait. Hue Yi raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who told you to get up?" The group of giants knelt on the ground again in unison. You old things, it's fine if you don't care about things usually, but at the critical moment, you still can't distinguish right from wrong. I really don't understand, why would Master raise you bunch of good-for-nothings? Hue Yi cursed angrily. The giants were ashamed. However, two of them were incomparably flustered. These two people were the Second Elder and Feng Yuan. Not to mention the Second Elder, after all, the previous scene had just happened. And Feng Yuan. Since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he had been secretly playing tricks. In the past, he didn't put Hue Yi in his eyes. He thought that Hue Yi was just a small character who followed Qin Feiyang to eat and drink. However, he didn't expect that Hue Yi was the real boss. So he was worried. Because Hue Yi knew everything he had done before. If Hue Yi told all of this to the Deputy Palace Master, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cough, cough. Looking at the giants in panic, the Great Elder coughed and whispered, "Hue Yi, you're just the Deputy Palace Master's disciple after all. It's not good to let them kneel like this, right?" Hue Yi said, "You mean, I don't have this authority?" The Great Elder nodded. "Wrong. Do you know why I had to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace?" Hue Yi said. "Why?" The Great Elder was suspicious. "Because it's Master's order. Master has long known that there are many restless people in our Nine Heavens Palace. So this time, he asked me to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace and investigate these people. And he asked me to enforce the law on his behalf. In other words, even if it's you, the Great Elder, I have the right to punish you." Hue Yi said proudly. "Enforce the law on behalf of the Deputy Palace Master?" All the big shots felt a chill in their hearts. This was a person who held the power to kill them. "Do you have any objections?" Hue Yi looked at the Great Elder and asked. "Since it's the Deputy Palace Master's order, This old man will naturally obey and cooperate with you. The great elder bowed. Okay. Except for Feng Yuan and the second elder, the rest of you go to the corner over there and reflect on your mistakes. Hue Yi pointed to the left corner of the main hall and shouted. It turned out that the group of high and mighty giants were like little sheep at this moment. They immediately ran to the corner and knelt neatly in front of it. Their hearts were bitter beyond words. Chapter 21:45. However, the second elder and Feng Yuan who were left behind were even more flustered. Hue Yi walked in front of the second elder and said, "You don't know right from wrong, protecting Yu Zijie and humiliating Shangguan Fenglan in public. Is this what the second elder of the Nine Heavens Palace should do? You shouldn't." The second elder shook his head. "Then why were you so arrogant before?" Hue Yi said angrily. The second elder hurriedly said, "It's my fault." "What about Yu Zijie's death?" Hue Yi teased. "He deserved it." The second elder said without hesitation. "Truth?" Hue Yi asked. "It's truer than real gold." The second elder nodded. "But I'm still very unhappy. You almost killed me just now. Master dotes on me a lot. If he were to know that you're treating me like this, I think." Hue Yi's face was full of playfulness. I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment, I apologize to you." The arrogance from before had completely vanished, leaving only a heart full of fear. Hue Yi coldly snorted, "The one you should apologize to is not me." The second elder was stunned, and quickly looked at Shangguan Fenglan, and said, "Fenglan, I'm sorry, I take back my words from before, please forgive me." Hue Yi shouted, "No sincerity, kowtow." Yes. The second elder nodded repeatedly, and while kowtowing, he said, "Fenglan, I really didn't mean it just now, please forgive me for my moment of confusion." The dignified second elder is actually kowtowing in front of so many people, it's really embarrassing. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. He only has himself to blame. Do you think that just because you're the second elder of the Nine Heavens Palace, you can go to heaven? Madman mocked without any concealment. This is called the cycle of karma, good and evil will be repaid. Mu Tianyang laughed. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan again. Seeing the second elder kowtowing to her, she was still a little flattered. Because whether it was status or strength, the second elder was much higher than her. Usually, it was her who respectfully knelt in front of the second elder. And now, the second elder was actually kneeling in front of her, which made it hard for her to adapt. "Lana, don't be afraid. As long as you say the word, I will immediately ask the great elder to cripple him." Hue Yi transmitted his voice. "Cripple him?" Shangguan Fenglan was slightly stunned and looked at Hue Yi. That serious expression didn't seem like he was joking. "Fenglan, please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. At that time, I was only spouting nonsense because I was too angry." Second elder's heart was burning with anxiety. Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath and smiled at second elder. "I'm fine. Thank you." The second elder was overjoyed. However, Hue Yi frowned and secretly said, "Lan he scolded you before." Shangguan Fenglan sighed, "We are all from Nine Heavens Palace, there is no need for us to fight over such trivial matters." "Is he insulting you, or is it a small matter?" Hue Yi was very dissatisfied. Originally, he wanted to use this as an excuse to teach the second elder a lesson. But now, as the person involved, Shangguan Fenglan, did not pursue the matter. He had no reason to continue making things difficult for second elder. Don't go too far and muddle through. Besides, second elder's strength is second only to great elder. Nine Heavens Palace can't do without him. Shangguan Fenglan secretly said. "You are really kind." Hue Yi secretly smiled and looked at second elder expressionlessly. "Since Lana has forgiven you, then you can get up." "Thank you." Second elder thanked him and got up and smiled gratefully at Shangguan Fenglan. Then, he walked to great elder's side and transmitted his voice. "Boss, have you never doubted?" "Doubted what?" Great elder was suspicious. "Doubted his identity. We have followed the Vice Palace Master for so many years. If he had taken in a disciple, how could we not know?" Second elder frowned. "It's not like you don't know the character of our Vice Palace Master. He never plays by the rules." Maybe this child was taken in by him when he went out this time. It's also possible that he took in the past and hasn't announced it to the public. But no matter what, this child's identity is definitely not fake. Because of the Palace Master Token. The Palace Master Token is the Vice Palace Master's personal item. With the Vice Palace Master's strength, no one in the northern region can forcibly take the Palace Master Token from him. Great Elder secretly said. Second Elder raised his eyebrows and no longer said anything. Feng Yuan. At the same time, Hue Yi looked at Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's eyes trembled, and his heart was panicking to the extreme. You can hide it from Great Elder, the big shots, and all the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace, but you can't hide it from me. Because I have personally experienced what you did to Jiang Haotian. And even I am the target of your eradication. Do you know what will happen to you if Master finds out about this? Hue Yi sneered. I'm sorry, it's all my fault in the past. Give me a chance, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will apologize to you. I just beg you, don't tell the Vice Palace Master. Feng Yuan hurriedly kowtowed. Now, how could he care about his identity and dignity? Saving his life was more important. Originally, with your crimes, I can have Great Elder kill you right now. However, as Great Elder said, I am only Master's disciple. As for your punishment, let's wait for Master to return and decide it himself. Now, go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Hue Yi waved his hand. Yes. Feng Yuan crawled up in a sorry state and quickly ran to the corner. He then knelt there, not daring to breathe loudly. Hue Yi coldly snorted and walked over to Qin Feiyang and the others. He chuckled. How was it? This brother was awe-inspiring just now, right? Qin Feiyang and the others rolled their eyes. Hue Yi looked at the three of them in displeasure. What kind of look is that? Do you believe that I won't punish you for offending your superiors? Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head and bowed. I'm sorry, okay? That's more like it. I'm not the same as before. You have to be more polite and respectful to me. Hue Yi smiled proudly. You can continue to show off. The three of them secretly despised him. Hue Yi smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at Great Elder. My identity, please keep it a secret. Understood. Great Elder nodded. Hue Yi said, then can we leave? Of course. Great Elder smiled. Hue Yi retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled and said, let's go. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then turned and walked out of the hall. Hue Yi walked a few steps and suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at Great Elder and said, the world is still misunderstanding us. Don't forget to clear our name. I'll arrange it later. Great Elder said. Very good. Hue Yi nodded and glanced at Gongzi Feng. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Yes. Gongzi Feng hurriedly nodded and ran out behind Qin Feiyang and the others. After the group left, Second Elder frowned and said, Boss, I still think it's a bit ridiculous. Actually, this old man also thinks it's a bit unbelievable. Great Elder shook his head. Second Elder was stunned and hurriedly asked, in other words, you're also suspecting his identity? No. This old man has no doubts. I just feel that it's a little hard to accept that the Vice Palace Master suddenly accepted such a disciple. Great Elder said. Second Elder frowned and said in a deep voice, I still don't believe it. We must find the Vice Palace Master as soon as possible to prove this matter. Great Elder said, then tell this old man, where can I find him? Second Elder wanted to say something but stopped, his face full of helplessness. Their Vice Palace Master was like a rootless duckweed. No one knew where he would float to. Great Elder said, actually, there's another person who knows the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master. Who? Second Elder hurriedly asked. Great Elder looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Fenglan's master. Second Elder looked at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned again. Shangguan Fenglan said, don't look at me. I asked Master, but she didn't tell me. That old thing. Second Elder scolded angrily. Great Elder's eyes darkened, and he reprimanded, Second Elder, why don't you know how to restrain yourself? Was the previous lesson not enough? Me. If he is really the Vice Palace Master's disciple, then I'll take it that I brought this upon myself. But if he isn't, then I'll settle this score with him properly. After second elder finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and instantly disappeared without a trace. Sigh. Why can't they let this old man rest easy? Great elder returned to his seat and rubbed his forehead, looking rather haggard. Shangguan Fenglan stepped forward, glanced at Feng Yuan and the others, and asked, Great elder, what should we do with them? Great elder looked up at the group of giants and said, if they have to kneel, then kneel. It's good for them to reflect on themselves. As for you, I've wronged you just now. It's really fine. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. You're the most obedient and sensible in Zhoutian Palace. If they were half as obedient as you, I wouldn't need to personally manage the affairs of Zhoutian Palace. Great elder said helplessly. Capable people do more work. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. Fenglan, to tell you the truth, this old man is also tired. I really don't want to manage it anymore. However, look. Our Vice Pavilion Master is idling around all day long. That bunch of people also know how to be idle all day. If this old man doesn't manage it, Zhoutian Palace will be in chaos. But fortunately, there's still you. You have to help this old man more in the future. Great elder smiled. I will. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Great elder smiled in relief and said, then you should think about the candidates for the enforcement elder, as well as the candidates for the inner and outer elders. Shangguan Fenglan said, isn't there a lunatic in the inner sect now? The great elder was stunned and speechless. You really want him to stay in charge of the inner sect? His personality is not suitable for that. Moreover, the stage of Nine Heavens Palace is not big enough for him. He will leave sooner or later. That makes sense. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. We have to learn from this lesson. In terms of selection, we must be careful. Great elder reminded. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan respectfully replied. Then go do your work. Great elder waved his hand. Fenglan will take her leave. Shangguan Fenglan respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Hue Yi, Jiang Haotian, Mu Tianyang, lunatic. Is it because Hue Yi is the Vice Palace Master's disciple that lunatic is so close to them? Great elder murmured and fell into deep thought. Chapter 2146. Saint Peak. En. Look, it's Madman and the others. They actually ran back safe and sound. What's going on? Isn't the evidence conclusive? Could it be that the Great Elder is protecting them again? The return of Qin Feiyang and the others immediately caused a huge uproar in the 10 Great Saint Peaks. And soon, it spread to the inner and outer sect. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. But for this, Qin Feiyang and the others turned a deaf ear and went straight into the first cave abode. Qin Feiyang took out the tender of Qinghai and the tea leaves given to him by the Vice Pavilion Master. While brewing tea, he smiled and said, Hue Yi, your anger for a beauty is so cool. Indeed. At that time, I was stunned. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with you immediately. Mu Tianyang followed. Don't. If you were a woman, you definitely wouldn't be an ordinary stinky one. I don't like you. Hue Yi hurriedly waved his hand with a look of disgust. I said that you're fat, and you're really panting. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him and laughed, but this time, Shangguan Fenglan will definitely be moved by you. Your chance has come. Not necessarily. You guys saw it just now. After knowing my identity, she became a bit distant with me. Hue Yi said with a worried face. Isn't this too sudden? When she recovers, it'll be fine. Speaking of which, you brat hid it really well. You're actually the Vice Palace Master's disciple. While talking, Qin Feiyang also brewed tea and poured it for them one by one. Hue Yi picked up the teacup, glanced at them, put it to his mouth and took a sip, and said, Do you guys really think that I'm the Vice Palace Master's disciple? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Hue Yi secretly laughed. To tell you the truth, this Palace Master token, I picked it up. Picked it up? The three of them looked at each other. That's right. At that time, I didn't know what this thing was. After I entered the Nine Heavens Palace, I heard from Lana that this is the Vice Palace Master's Palace Master token. Originally, I didn't intend to show it. After all, I picked it up. It's not a legitimate source. But that second elder actually humiliated Lan Er. How can we tolerate this? So I came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, to pretend to be the Vice Palace Lord's disciple. Hue Yi snickered. The three of them were astonished. I'm telling the truth. Believe me. You see, I told you all this in secret, which proves that I'm guilty. Hue Yi transmitted his voice. Who would believe that? Is the Palace Master's token so easy to pick up? If you have the ability, why don't you pick up another one? When you killed Yu Zijie, could it be that you picked them up? Nonsense. Qin Feiyang and the other two rolled their eyes at Hue Yi. I'm not joking. I'm just telling you the truth. Hue Yi was speechless. All right. Stop pretending. You won't die. Madman waved his hand impatiently and glanced at Gong Zifeng, who was sitting at the side. Gong Zifeng was tasting tea when he felt Madman's gaze. He smiled and asked, Senior Brother Madman, what's wrong? Who told you to sit down? Who told you to drink tea? Do you think this matter is over? If it wasn't for you, would we have gone to jail? Madman shouted. Gong Zifeng hurriedly stood up. His face was full of panic. Madman said, although I haven't had much contact with you, you should know my temper. Yes. I've let you all down. I'm guilty. Gong Zifeng nodded repeatedly. You think you can settle it with just an apology? There's no such thing in this world. Although I don't know much about the matter between you and Jiang Haotian, I've heard a lot from them in jail. Jiang Haotian has been very kind to you, but you betrayed him again and again. Who dares to trust someone like you? Madman said. Gong Zifeng said, I'm sorry. I was really confused. Wrong. If it wasn't for Jiang Haotian being suspicious, we would have fallen into your hands this time. You even dared to scheme against me. Did you eat dog guts? Madman slammed his palm on the coffee table and shouted. Plop. Gong Zifeng was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground and begged, Senior brother, spare me. Big brother Jiang, save me. We agreed that after I helped you fight back against Feng Yuan, you would let bygones be bygones. I did say that. Now, I didn't say that I would pursue your responsibility. But I can't represent Senior Brother Madman and the others. If they want to pursue the matter, I can't stop them, Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Frankly speaking, he already had the intention to kill this person. Gong Zifeng had a helpless look. Senior Brother Madman, he contributed a lot to us being able to escape this time. Why don't we let him go first? In any case, he's now under Brother Jiang's control. There's no need to be afraid of him going against us. Hue Yi said with a smile. Madman was silent. There's still some value in keeping him alive. After all, Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan haven't been eliminated yet. Hue Yi said. Gong Zifeng nodded and said, Yes, I can help you. Help? Are you joking? This time, you changed sides at the last minute. I'm afraid Feng Yuan already hates you to the core. You still dare to go back? Madman sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Now that I have a relationship with Senior Brother Hue Yi, even if I walk in front of them openly, they won't dare to make a move against me. Maybe they will even worship me like an ancestor. Gong Zifeng said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Gong Zifeng had killed Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang this time and would definitely arouse the anger of Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai, Hue Yi was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. With this relationship, even if they wanted to kill Gong Zifeng, they could only endure it. Madman frowned and looked at Mu Tianyang, asking, Mu Tianyang, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's just a small fry that can be crushed at any time. Mu Tianyang said indifferently. The contempt in his voice was undisguised. However, not only did Gong Zifeng not feel that Mu Tianyang was humiliating him, he even climbed up the bamboo pole and said, Yes, I'm just a small fry. To you, I'm not a threat at all. All right. Then this daddy will keep your dog life first. Scram immediately. Madman said. Yes. Gong Zifeng hurriedly got up and ran out in fear, afraid that Madman would regret it. Outside. A large number of disciples rushed over and gathered outside the first sacred peak, discussing. Great Elder must be protecting them in this matter. On what basis? Shouldn't they be punished for making a mistake? If everyone is like them, how can Nine Heavens Palace be fair? Everyone was dissatisfied. Look. It's Gongzi Feng. Gongzi Feng, you should know how Jiang Haotian and the others escaped, right? Tell us quickly. As soon as Gongzi Feng left the cave, he was blocked by everyone. Scram. Gongzi Feng was already angry. Seeing these people talking at once, he naturally didn't have a good expression. Gongzi Feng, what's with your attitude? Although you're Feng Wenhai's son, we're still your senior brothers and sisters, right? Everyone was dissatisfied. Gongzi Feng's face sank. Swish. Suddenly, a woman in a black dress descended on the first sacred peak. She glanced at the chaotic crowd below and shouted, "Quiet, I have something to announce." Everyone looked up. Isn't that Wang Yun? I heard that she has already entered the law enforcement hall, and it was Hall Master Shangguan who personally recruited her. I'm so envious. Wang Yun had worked in the resource hall for many years, so the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace naturally knew her. Wang Yun glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "Under the orders of the Hall Master, I specially came to announce that Jiang Haotian and the others killed Cheng Li and the others. It was Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang who jointly framed them." What? It's actually a framing? Everyone was dumbfounded. This matter was personally investigated by the First Elder, Second Elder, and the various heads. There's no falsehood or cover-up. As for Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang, they killed Elder Cheng, harmed their fellow disciples, and slandered the innocent disciples. They have already been executed. So, please don't criticize anymore. After Wang Yun finished speaking, she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the stairway to heaven. Because this matter had to be announced to the world. Executed? That means Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang have already been killed. How is that possible? Yin Hui is the law enforcement elder, and Yu Zijie is the disciple of the second elder. How can the first elder bear to kill such people? Regarding Wang Yun's announcement, many people did not dare to believe it. Soon, there was also a notice outside the 4 city gates of Heavenly Dragon City. On the notice was the evil deeds of Yin Hui and the others. I told you, Jiang Haotian is definitely not such a person. You didn't believe me and insisted that he's a hypocrite. Do you see it now? It's all Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, and Yu Zijie's fault. Bastards. What does the Feng family want? Last time, Feng Wenhai framed Jiang Haotian, and now Yin Hui came out to cause trouble. Is there no end to it? If it were up to me, this Feng clan should be slaughtered, old and young, to prevent them from coming out to harm others. Those who knew the truth were filled with righteous indignation. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. Soon, it spread to the entire Sky Dragon City, and then to the entire North region at an unstoppable speed. Finally, Qin Feiyang and the others regained their innocence. As for the Feng family, there were already endless curses, and now it was out of control. Feng Wenhai's home in Sky Dragon City was blocked, and the insults were endless. Some people even threw feces inside. Feng Wenhai hid in his home, and did not even dare to open the door. He could not enter the Empyrean Palace, so he did not know why this happened. Wasn't the plan perfect? Hadn't Jiang Haotian and the others been thrown into prison? But why were the people who were killed now Jin Yunchang, Yin Hui, and Yu Zijie? What had happened in the middle? What are you doing? Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Feng Zihon appeared in the sky above the courtyard, looking angrily at the crowd gathered around the courtyard. What are we doing? You still have the face to ask. It's not the first time the Feng family has framed Jiang Haotian. What did he do wrong? Why did you treat him so cruelly? Your father is not a good person, and I didn't expect your mother to be a scum too. I'm afraid even you are an accomplice. It's true that people of the same family will not enter the same door. The Feng family is indeed a nest of snakes and rats. The crowd cursed without restraint. Feng Zihon was so angry that her delicate body trembled, but she knew that she could not be angry now. Because the anger of the people was the most terrifying. If she was angry now, it would be difficult to clean up later. You don't need to worry about what kind of people the Feng family is, Feng Zihon said gloomily, and disappeared from the pavilion without looking back. Chapter 2147. You still dare to be arrogant with us? Smash, smash it. Chase them out of Sky Dragon City. Everyone was furious. They picked up the stones and threw them at the courtyard. Not long later, the courtyard was completely unrecognizable, and was extremely chaotic. Inside the house, Feng Wenhai stood in front of the window, looking at the scene through the gap, his hands tightly clenched together. Father. Feng Zihon appeared behind him. Feng Wenhai said angrily, "What exactly is going on?" Feng Zihon said, "As far as I know, it was young noble Feng who betrayed us. That damned little bastard. I told you, he can't be trusted, but you just had to believe him, now look at it." Feng Wenhai roared. At this point, is there any point in saying all this? Feng Zihon sighed. Feng Wenhai asked, "Where's your mother?" "Dead. They're all dead." Feng Zihon lowered his head as he spoke, his brow filled with sorrow that could not be dissolved. "She's really dead." Feng Wenhai's face turned pale, and his body swayed. Feng Zihon immediately went forward and supported Feng Wenhai. "Then where's her body?" Feng Wenhai asked. "It was taken away by Elder Yun." Feng Zihon said. Feng Wenhai muttered, in extreme pain, "Is your grandfather okay?" "Not good. He's still kneeling in the discussion hall." Feng Zihon shook his head. "Why is this happening? Even if young noble Feng betrayed us, with Elder Yun and your grandfather's relationship, your mother wouldn't have been killed, right?" Feng Wenhai shouted. Feng Zihon said, "What exactly happened?" "I'm not sure either. The great clan elder had ordered Hui Yi's identity to be kept a secret, so no one dared to speak of it." Feng Wenhai, "You crazy bastard, get out of Sky Dragon City." "Yes. Our Sky Dragon City can't tolerate scum like you." The curses outside continued. Rocks smashed into the courtyard, creating loud bangs. "These bastards, they're going too far." The furious Feng Wenhai immediately had a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. Feng Zihon immediately grabbed Feng Wenhai, and said, "Father, don't be rash, you can't go out now. They've already bullied us at our doorstep, and you're still telling me not to go out? How am I supposed to face anyone in the future?" Feng Wenhai shouted. "Father." Feng Zihon immediately shouted coldly, "Don't you understand the current situation? Our Feng clan is now a target of scorn." Feng Wenhai said, "If I were still an enforcement hall elder, would they dare to be so arrogant? The point is, you are no longer one. Indeed, I cannot stay in Heavenly Dragon City any longer." Feng Zihon thought for a while and looked at Feng Wenhai. "Father, when I was at Longquan Mountain, I learned the profound meaning of becoming a god and built a small courtyard. You can go there and hide for a while." After that, he sent the coordinates to Feng Wenhai. "I'm not leaving. I don't believe that they would dare to kill me in broad daylight," Feng Wenhai said. But before he could finish his words, there was a poochie sound. Sharp arrows pierced through the windows and shot all over the room. Feng Zihan hurriedly brought Feng Wenhai away and said solemnly, "Did you see that? These people are completely crazy now. They're capable of doing anything. Bastard, bastard. I will kill them sooner or later." Feng Wenhai was infuriated. "Let's go," Feng Zihan said. Feng Wenhai's face was filled with unwillingness. "You must find young Master Feng for me. I will kill him with my own hands." "I will." Feng Zihan nodded. "And your mother? Go find Elder Yun. She is a member of our Feng clan. We cannot let her wander outside," Feng Wenhai said. "En." Feng Zihan nodded again. Feng Wenhai said again, "Tell me immediately if there is a situation." "Okay," Feng Zihan replied. "Jiang Haotian, just you wait. Everything you have brought to me today, I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Feng Wenhai's face was filled with hatred as he opened an altar and quickly left. Sigh. Feng Zihan looked at the battered building and let out a long sigh before opening an altar and leaving as well. Smash, Smash with all your might. We must chase them out of Heavenly Dragon City. The people outside were getting crazier and crazier, and had already broken in. Just after Feng Zihan left, another figure appeared in the building. It was young Master Feng. Looking at the devastated room and the angry crowd outside, his expression was incomparably complicated. Following that, he did not stay, opening an altar and disappearing. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion, Shangguan Qiu sat in front of the desk. A guard stood respectfully in front of her, reporting the contents of the notice. Phew. After listening, Shangguan Qiu let out a long breath, shook her head and smiled. I was worried for nothing. Steward. Why do you care so much about this Jiang Haotian? Could it be that the rumors are true, that you two are lovers? The guard looked at Shangguan Qiu suspiciously. Lovers? Shangguan Qiu was stunned and frowned. There is such a rumor. En. The guard nodded. Shangguan Qiu smiled helplessly and did not explain. She waved to the guard and said, "You may leave." Yes. The guard responded respectfully and turned to leave. Lovers, Shangguan Qiu murmured, shook her head and sighed. Rumors are really fearful. Compared to the chaos outside, the cave abode number 1 of the first sacred peak was exceptionally peaceful. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 sat in the cave abode, drinking tea and chatting, looking extremely comfortable. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Guess what will happen to the Feng family this time? It won't end well anyway." Hu Yi said. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took it out, and Gongzi Feng's image immediately appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gongzi Feng said, I just went to the Feng family, and Feng Wenhai is no longer there. No longer there? The 4 of them were stunned. There are many people outside. Listening to their scolding, Feng Wenhai should have been driven away by them. Gongzi Feng said. Ha ha, Mu Tianyang could not help but laugh. How pitiful. Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Gongzi Feng and asked, Then do you know where he might have gone? I'm not sure about that. Gongzi Feng shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, You must find him and inform me immediately. Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and looked at Mu Tianyang with a smile. This Feng Wenhai, it's time to get rid of him. I knew you didn't have good intentions when you asked about Feng Wenhai's whereabouts. But now, do we have the strength to do so? Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and asked, Senior Brother Madman, what is Feng Wenhai's cultivation level? As a former law enforcement elder, how can his strength be weak? He's even stronger than me. Madman said. Mu Tianyang's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, Then this is really not easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we still have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's true. Mu Tianyang was stunned for a moment before he smiled. But you. Do you want to remove Feng Wenhai's control over you now? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and asked. Not now. Mu Tianyang waved his hand. Brother Mu, are you crazy? You've caused him so much trouble this time, aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on you? Hu Yi said in shock. You're the Vice Palace Master's disciple. With you backing me, how would he dare to take revenge on me? Besides, Yin Hui, Jin Yunchang, Jin Fatso, and Feng Zijuan were killed one after another. Feng Wenhai was expelled from Empyrean Palace. Ji Yong also betrayed him. Now, only Feng Zihon is left. But Feng Zihon also needs to cultivate. In other words, there's no one by his side to talk to. So, he will definitely not make a move against me. On the contrary, he might care more about me than before. Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Are you planning something again? What plan? Isn't it just going to the Sky Dragon Sea? Although these things have happened, we still have to go to the Sky Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Sky Dragon Sea? Hu Yi was stunned and looked at the two suspiciously. Why are you going to the Sky Dragon Sea? Why didn't I know in advance? Mu Tianyang said, We didn't plan to call you. Is there a need for you to know? Fuck. Are we still buddies? Hue Yi said angrily. These are two different things. We're going to the Sky Dragon Sea because of personal matters, and we don't want to implicate you. Qin Feiyang smiled. What you said is dignified, but there must be a conspiracy in the dark. Hue Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The next day. Morning. Qin Feiyang trio went to the resource hall to work as usual. As for Lunatic, when he left last night, he actually told Qin Feiyang trio that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. This made the three of them stunned for a long time. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had already wasted 7,000 to 8,000 years of time, and it was indeed time to go into seclusion to cultivate. Junior brother Jiang, junior brother Mu, junior brother Hua, I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you 2 days ago. Yeah. I never thought that this was actually Yu Zijie, Yin Hui, and Jin Yunchang's conspiracy. You guys have been wronged. When Qin Feiyang trio entered the resource hall, the other people in the resource hall immediately rushed up and said with an apologetic face. It's all in the past, it's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they all worked in the resource hall and would see each other frequently. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang trio would be unhappy. One of the young men asked, "Then how are you guys doing in the prison?" Qin Feiyang trio looked at each other and smiled. Hue Yi smiled and said, "The treatment in the prison is really good, more comfortable than outside. If there's a chance, you guys can also try it." More comfortable than outside. The few of them looked at each other. Was he talking in his sleep? Which disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace didn't know that the Law Enforcement Hall's prison was 18 levels of hell? Even if they could come out alive, they would lose a layer of skin. Let them try it too. Wasn't this asking them to court death? Sure enough, they were not on the same level as these three. Chapter 2148. Qin Feiyang glanced at the second floor and asked in a low voice, "Is the palace master upstairs?" No. They shook their heads. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "Let's get back to work." After they dispersed, Qin Feiyang and the other two also sat down at their respective positions. Qin Feiyang sorted out the account book and asked secretly, "Mu Tianyang, it's been so long, is there any news about the Vein of Soul?" "No. I didn't dare to deliberately mention the Vein of Soul, afraid that Feng Yuan would notice something. So I've been looking for an opportunity." Mu Tianyang secretly said. "You're right to be concerned. But we have to hurry." Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." Mu Tianyang responded. An entire day passed, but Feng Yuan still didn't come to the resource hall. Qin Feiyang and the other two's work had finished. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, "Is he still kneeling in the assembly hall?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hue Yi secretly said, "Why don't we go to the assembly hall to take a look? Is the assembly hall a place where we can go as we please?" Qin Feiyang immediately rolled his eyes at him. "That's not right. We can't go there." "But brother Hua, no one dares to stop you now." Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said with a smile, "That's true, after all, things are different now. Why do I feel so awkward? Are you guys making fun of me?" Hue Yi frowned. No, you're the disciple of the Deputy Palace Master, we can't afford to offend you." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "I've already said, I'm a fake. Forget it. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys, I'm going to find Lan Er. A day without seeing her is like 3 years. Hue Yi chuckled and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. "There's no humanity when there's a opposite sex." Mu Tianyang said in disdain. "You're just jealous, aren't you?" Qin Feiyang said. "What am I jealous of?" Mu Tianyang was filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at him and sighed, "Shen Mai's death is indeed a pity, but you can't always live in the past." But as soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang felt the change in Mu Tianyang's eyes. "Don't mention her in front of me in the future, because it will remind me of my hatred for you," Mu Tianyang said with a gloomy voice, then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared without looking back. Alas! Looking at Mu Tianyang's back, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He also went straight back to his cave and went into seclusion to cultivate. Over the next few days, Feng Yuan did not appear. Hue Yi also learned from Shangguan Fenglan that Feng Yuan and a group of big shots had already left the great meeting hall that night. If he wasn't in the conference hall, nor did he come to the resource hall, then where was he now? Wait a minute. Was he with Feng Wenhai? Just as Qin Feiyang was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an ice-cold gaze. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a red-haired old man standing at the door, staring at him gloomily. It was Feng Yuan. Greetings, Palace Master. The others quickly noticed Feng Yuan and hurriedly got up to salute. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear to them. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "Come up." After that, he went to the second floor without looking back. The Palace Master doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Isn't that nonsense? Yin Hui and Jin Yunchang did this kind of thing. How could he be happy? Several disciples whispered. Hue Yi secretly said, "Brother Mu, be careful. If there's anything, just shout. We'll go up to support you at any time." Qin Feiyang also secretly said. Mu Tianyang smiled. Second floor. In the lounge. Feng Yuan sat in front of the tea table with a gloomy face. Mu Tianyang swaggered in and closed the door behind him. He did not salute, nor did he have the respect from before, and directly sat down opposite Feng Yuan. Seeing this, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Did this old man ask you to sit?" Mu Tianyang said indifferently, "Isn't this chair for people to sit on? Otherwise, it would look good." Pa. Feng Yuan immediately slammed his palm on the tea table and shouted, "With Hue Yi backing you up, you're being impudent." "Yes. I'm being impudent. What's wrong?" Mu Tianyang's face was full of provocation. Feng Yuan said sternly, "Don't forget, your little life is still in this old man's hands. Then why don't you kill me? Do you dare?" Mu Tianyang sneered. Feng Yuan clenched his hands, his eyes as sharp as a blade. "Don't stare at me like that, you asked for it. Originally, I really wanted to help you get rid of Jiang Haotian, but what about you? You're actually trying to frame me. If it weren't for Jiang Haotian's resourcefulness, I would have died in your hands this time." Mu Tianyang said. "What a joke. You dare to say that Feng Zijuan was not killed by you and Jiang Haotian?" Feng Yuan shouted. "You even believed Gongzi Feng's words, you're really stupid. Let me tell you the truth, Gongzi Feng has already surrendered to Jiang Haotian." Mu Tianyang sneered. "What? Surrendered to Jiang Haotian long ago?" Feng Yuan was shocked. "Is it strange? Jiang Haotian is a very good schemer. He knows that it's not easy to deal with you. After all, your strength is too strong, so he bribed Gongzi Feng and made him his spy." Mu Tianyang said. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Feng Yuan said angrily. "I'm sorry. I only heard this from Jiang Haotian when I was in prison. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you framing me. Tell me the truth. I'm so loyal to you, but you want to harm me. A person like you is really not worthy of serving." Mu Tianyang shook his head. Feng Yuan fell silent. Mu Tianyang got up and said, "Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll go to work." "Sit down." Feng Yuan said. "Didn't you not let me sit just now?" Mu Tianyang said with a playful smile. "I told you to sit down." Feng Yuan said word by word, already on the verge of exploding in anger. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded and returned to his seat, saying, "Go ahead, I'll listen." Feng Yuan asked, "When did you know Hue Yi's identity?" Mu Tianyang said, "The same as you." "What about Jiang Haotian and Frenzy?" Feng Yuan asked. Mu Tianyang said, "I only found out when I was in the Great Council Hall." Feng Yuan frowned and said, "You have such a good relationship with him. Have you asked him in private if he is the disciple of the Vice Palace Master? How can this be fake? The Vice Palace Master is such a powerful existence, who would have the guts to pretend to be his disciple?" Mu Tianyang was speechless. "That makes sense." Feng Yuan nodded, pondered for a while, and said, "Then did Hue Yi tell the Vice Palace Master what I did to Jiang Haotian?" Mu Tianyang said, "Didn't he say it in the Great Council Hall?" "Not yet." Feng Yuan said, "That's just polite words." Mu Tianyang said, We asked in private, but we really haven't told the Vice Palace Master yet. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a wisp of killing intent appeared in his old eyes. Mu Qianyang's pupils contracted. Could it be that he wanted to kill Hue Yi? Wanted to silence him? This old thing is too crazy. One had to know that Hue Yi was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. Killing Hue Yi would anger the Vice Palace Master. But thinking about it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Thinking back, this old thing even dared to kill the Great Elder's own son, let alone Hue Yi, a disciple who had no blood relationship with him. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment, then looked at Mu Qianyang and said, "Help this old man do something. After it is done, not only will this old man remove my control over you, but I will also officially train you as the next hall master of the resource hall." Mu Qianyang said, "If you want to silence Hue Yi, then there's no need to talk about it." Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback, frowning. "You actually guessed it. Who do you think you can hide your thoughts from?" Mu Qianyang said indifferently. "Fine. This old man admits that this old man wants you to kill him to silence him. If you think this old man's conditions are not enough, feel free to speak." Feng Yuan said. "Really?" Mu Qianyang asked. "Yen." Feng Yuan nodded. Mu Qianyang pondered for a moment and said, "I want to know where the Nine Heavens Palace's soul vein is." "Yen." Feng Yuan was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Why are you asking about the soul vein? Since entering Nine Heavens Palace, I have always heard that our Nine Heavens Palace's soul vein occupies half of the entire northern territory. I want to know if this is true. And I have never seen a real soul vein, so I am very curious. Of course, this is an additional condition. What I want the most is a spatial divine object." Mu Qianyang said. In this way, Feng Yuan would not be suspicious. Spatial divine object. That's very simple. Not to mention one, this old man can find 10 spatial divine objects for you. Feng Yuan smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't be so confident. I am talking about a spatial divine object with a time array." "What?" Feng Yuan suddenly stood up. "I know, this is a little hard for you to accept. But compared to this kind of worldly possession, your life is the most important. If Hue Yi really tells the Vice Palace Master what you have done during this period of time, do you think you will still have a way to live? I am afraid not only you, but even Feng Zihon will be implicated." Mu Qianyang said playfully. Feng Yuan's eyes sank and said, "Don't think that you can beat this old man just because you have some chips in your hand. This old man doesn't need your help. If I want to kill Hue Yi, I still have a way. Then go. Let me tell you, Hue Yi and Jiang Haotian have already guessed that you might kill them to silence them, so they are always on guard against you." Mu Qianyang said. "Already guessed?" Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. "How about it? Are you willing to give up your wealth or your life? Don't tell me you can't find a spatial divine object with a time array. No one will believe this kind of nonsense." Mu Qianyang said. Feng Yuan was silent. "I won't disturb you for now. You can think about it by yourself," Mu Qianyang said, then got up and walked towards the door. "Wait," Feng Yuan said. The corner of Mu Qianyang's mouth lifted, then he turned to look at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said, "This old man can indeed find such a spatial divine object, but I will give it to you after the matter is done." "Impossible. After the matter is done, what value do I have? At that time, I am afraid I will become the target of your silencing. I won't do this kind of loss-making business." Mu Qianyang shook his head. Chapter 2149. Feng Yuan frowned and said, "But if I give it to you first, how can I believe that you won't betray me?" Wait. Have you gone senile? My life is now in your hands, and you're still afraid that I'll betray you? Mu Qianyang was stunned. Feng Yuan was stunned when he heard that. That's right, this person was now under his control. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare to betray him. Why don't I give it to him first and kill him after the matter is done? At that time, won't the spatial divine item come back? In other words, it was only for him to temporarily keep it. No matter what the result was, this person had to die. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan didn't hesitate anymore. As he waved his hand, a golden palace appeared out of thin air. Mu Tianyang stared at the palace, his eyes shining. The palace was the size of a palm and only had one floor. It seemed to be made of gold and shone brightly. Feng Yuan said, "This thing is called the Golden Crow Temple. It can be big or small, and there is a time array inside." Golden Crow Temple, Mu Tianyang muttered and asked, "How many days is one day?" Feng Yuan said, "One day is half a year." Half a year. Mu Tianyang frowned and couldn't help but feel disappointed. In Qin Feiyang's castle, one day was equivalent to 1 year. In the Golden Crow Temple, one day was equivalent to half a year, which was double. If this continued, the gap between him and Qin Feiyang would grow bigger and bigger. But it was better than nothing. Although it couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang's castle, it was better than the Crimson Gold Divine Tower. "Forget it, I'll reluctantly accept it." Mu Tianyang comforted himself. "This old man can give you the Golden Crow Temple, but you must remember not to let anyone know about it, let alone let anyone see it. Especially our 9 Heavens Palace's Great Elder. Otherwise, this divine item will bring you a fatal disaster." Feng Yuan warned with a serious expression. "So serious?" Mu Tianyang was bewildered. Feng Yuan said in a deep voice, "It's more serious than what I said. Once the Golden Crow Temple is exposed, you will die for sure." Mu Tianyang's eyes flickered. "Especially the Great Elder?" Why did Feng Yuan say that? Could it be that the Golden Crow Temple had something to do with the First Elder? Wait a minute. First Elder's son was killed by Feng Yuan. Could it be? The original owner of the Golden Crow Temple was the Great Elder's son? At the thought of this, Mu Tianyang suddenly felt that the Golden Crow Temple was like a hot potato. However, he didn't care either. So what if he was the First Elder's son? As long as it was in his hands, no one could take it back. Mu Tianyang stepped forward, grabbed the Golden Crow Temple, and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. At the same time, Feng Yuan erased the blood contract inside. Very soon. Master recognition complete. Mu Tianyang played with it for a while, then put it away. Feng Yuan said, "I've already given you the item. Now, tell me your plan." "It's still the original plan. But this time, I have to add Huiyi." Mu Tianyang laughed. Feng Yuan said, "Can you get rid of Madman for this old man as well?" "Get rid of Madman? You must be joking. Madman is a half-step supreme god, and he is currently in closed-door cultivation. How can I call him?" Mu Tianyang said. Feng Yuan laughed, "I believe you will have a way." Mu Tianyang pondered for a while, and sighed, "All right, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I can do it." Feng Yuan nodded. Mu Tianyang asked, "Then I'll go and arrange it." "The sooner the better." Feng Yuan said. "All right, I'll bring them into the Sky Dragon Sea tomorrow, wait for my good news." Mu Tianyang smiled, then turned and left. "I'll let you be proud for a while." Feng Yuan looked at Mu Tianyang's back view, and secretly sneered. First floor. Seeing Mu Tianyang come down with a happy face, Qin Feiyang and Huiyi looked at each other, and thought, "Seems like something good happened." "Of course. Everything is as I expected." Mu Tianyang smiled proudly, and thought, "Do you know the Golden Crow Temple?" "Golden Crow Temple?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and shook his head, "I don't know. What is it?" Huiyi looked at Mu Tianyang curiously. "A spatial divine object. And it's a spatial divine object with a time array. Feng Yuan gave it to me. The rules of time, 1 day is equal to half a year." Mu Tianyang thought. "Damn. You're taking advantage of me." No, everyone has a share." Huiyi was shocked. "How do we split it?" "Split it in half for you, half for me." Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. "That works too." Huiyi nodded. "Get lost." Mu Tianyang glared at him. Qin Feiyang frowned, and thought, "Things aren't that simple. Is there a need to think about it? He paid such a huge price, he must have an ulterior motive." Mu Tianyang sighed. "What ulterior motive?" Huiyi was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, "He asked me to kill you and Frenzy. This old thing still doesn't know how to stop." Yi cursed. He also wants to stop, but he doesn't dare. You're a ticking time bomb, sooner or later you'll crush him to pieces. How can he not think of a way to get rid of you? I also agreed. Tomorrow, we'll leave for the Sky Dragon Sea. And he also promised me that after the matter is done, he will tell me the location of the soul vein. Mu Tianyang thought. Soul vein, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and glanced at Yi. Why are you looking at me? Yi was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, You're the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, you won't report us, right? I already said that I'm an imposter, why don't you believe me? Soul vein, is it? Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll take action together and not leave a single one of them. Yi said domineeringly. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and asked, You're not acting with us, right? My mood, we've been together for so long, I basically know what you guys have done. If I'm really the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, you guys would have been finished long ago. How can you stand here so easily and talk to me? Yi looked helpless. Qin Feiyang thought, Mu Tianyang, he can't really be an imposter, right? Don't be careless, this person is unfathomable, it's better to be careful. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded without leaving a trace. Mu Tianyang thought again, by the way, when you have time, ask the Vice Palace Master if he knows about the Golden Crow Temple. Why ask him? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You'll understand when you ask. The question now is Frenzy willing to go to the Sky Dragon Sea? Mu Tianyang thought. This question, why don't we let Yi go? After all, his face is bigger than ours now. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The identity of the Vice Palace Master's disciple can't be wasted in vain. Mu Tianyang patted his head and then looked at Yi. Qin Feiyang also looked at Yi again. Why are you looking at me again? Yi was very depressed. The two smiled and secretly said, There's something I need your help with, at night. The waning moon hung in the sky, decorated with cold stars. Saint Peak. Inside the first cave abode. Qin Feiyang stood on the ground and looked at a shadow in the void in front of him. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, old senior. It was an old man. He held a walking stick in his hand and had a kind face. Little friend, this old man has already heard about what happened a few days ago. This time, you have survived a great disaster and will definitely have good fortune in the future. The old man was the Vice Palace Master of the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Thank you, old senior, for your auspicious words. The Vice Palace Master asked, Little friend, are you looking for this old man for any medicinal herbs? That's not it. This junior's message is to ask old senior if you know of a spatial divine object called the Golden Crow Temple. Qin Feiyang said. Golden Crow Temple. As soon as the Vice Palace Master heard these 4 words, his expression and tone changed, bringing with it a sharp edge that could penetrate one's heart. Qin Feiyang said, It seems that old senior knows about this Golden Crow Temple. How do you know about the Golden Crow Temple? The Vice Palace Master asked. I just found out today. Old senior, may I ask what the origin of this Golden Crow Temple is? Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Palace Master pondered for a long time and sighed. The owner of the Golden Crow Temple is the Great Elder's son. What? It's actually him. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that Mu Tianyang would say that he would understand after asking the Vice Palace Master? It's just that back then, after the Great Elder's son died, the Golden Crow Temple disappeared. This old man still remembers that the Grand Elder came to question this old man if it was this old man who snatched the Golden Crow Shrine away. But I really didn't. I also personally went to the Sky Dragon Sea to look for it, but I found nothing. The Vice Palace Master sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The Vice Palace Master said in surprise, Little friend, you suddenly mentioned the Golden Crow Temple. Do you have news about the Golden Crow Temple? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, The Golden Crow Temple has always been in Feng Yuan's hands. What? In his hands? The Vice Palace Master was originally sitting in the armchair, but after hearing Qin Feiyang's words, he immediately stood up and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes. However, just this morning, He gave the Golden Crow Temple to Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said. To Mu Tianyang? He's willing to give up such a precious space divine item? The Vice Palace Master was surprised. There's a reason behind it. As for the reason, it's not convenient for me to reveal it now. Please forgive me. Qin Feiyang said. It's fine. I won't force you to answer a question that you don't want to answer. The Vice Palace Master waved his hand and returned to his seat. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, So, what you said to me back then was true. It was true from the beginning. Of course, I also know that you won't believe it easily. After all, it's just my words, and there's no evidence. However, the appearance of the Golden Crow Temple has undoubtedly confirmed this point. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This Feng Yuan is really bold. Chapter 2150. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Senior, please calm down. I didn't believe you before because I didn't have evidence, but now that the evidence is irrefutable, how can I not be angry? This crippled leg, and all the grievances I've suffered all these years, I'll make him pay for them one by one. The Vice Pavilion Master shouted, a trace of viciousness creeping up between his brows. Senior, please calm down first. Even if the Golden Crow Temple appears, it won't be able to sentence Feng Yuan to death. Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Pavilion Master was slightly taken aback and frowned. What do you mean? Feng Yuan is an old fox. Even if you come to Nine Heavens Palace and tell the Great Elder the truth, Feng Yuan will definitely not admit it. He can say that he took the Golden Crow Temple for himself because of a moment of greed. If Feng Yuan refuses to admit it, what can we do to him? There's nothing we can do. In the end, the Great Elder can only take back the Golden Crow Temple and punish Feng Yuan. After the punishment, he will still be as carefree as before. The most important thing is, once he knows that we are investigating him, he will be more careful in the future. He will even immediately erase all traces of this matter. At that time, it will be even more difficult for us to find evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Vice Pavilion Master slowly calmed down and nodded. What you said makes sense. I was foolish just now. Understandable. After all, I have been wronged for so many years. If it were me, I would have done the same. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything, just say it. I will do my best to help you. The Vice Pavilion Master said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Junior will definitely clear Senior's name. Thank you. The Vice Pavilion Master said gratefully. Senior has taken care of me during this period, so this is what I should do. There's no need to thank me. However, I really want something. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? The Vice Pavilion Master was suspicious. Chaos Origin Divine Art. Qin Feiyang said. Primordial God Technique? The Vice Pavilion Master was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master asked, Do you know the cultivation conditions of the Chaos Divine Art? I know. The first time I entered the Treasure Pavilion, I saw the Chaos Origin Divine Art. Only those who have born inner demons can cultivate it. Qin Feiyang said. Then what do you want the Chaos Divine Art for? Wait. Don't tell me you have inner demons. The Vice Pavilion Master was bewildered. Qin Feiyang sighed. To be honest, I did have inner demons in the past. The Deputy Pavilion Lord stared at Qin Feiyang, dumbfounded. In the past, not only did I have inner demons, I also had a very good relationship with the inner demons. We live in peace and depend on each other. We are like twins. But good times don't last long. Later on, in order to save me, he sacrificed himself. Qin Feiyang sighed, and the space between his brows was suffused with dense sorrow. It's really hard to imagine that there is such a benevolent and righteous inner demons in this world. The Vice Pavilion Lord sighed. If it came from someone else, he would definitely not believe it. But he felt that Qin Feiyang would not lie to him. Qin Feiyang sighed faintly. In this life, I owe him too much, and I can't repay him. Since the inner demons have already sacrificed themselves, the Chaos Origin Divine Art is meaningless to you. What do you want it for? The Vice Pavilion Lord asked. I don't know either. Since the first time I saw the Chaos Origin Divine Art, my heart has always yearned for it. Qin Feiyang said in confusion. The yearning of the heart, the Vice Pavilion Lord murmured and sighed. You probably can't let go of the inner demons, and you have never wanted to admit the death of the inner demons, so this yearning appeared. I really can't let go. I'm even wondering if he's not dead yet. Maybe he's waiting for me somewhere. But I know that it's impossible. I'm very confused. Qin Feiyang said. I didn't expect your feelings for the inner demons to be so deep. The Vice Pavilion Lord sighed and pondered for a while before saying, how about this, when you're free, come to the Treasure Pavilion, and I'll ask little Chiu to give you the Chaos Origin Divine Art. Thank you, Senior. Qin Feiyang hurriedly bowed and thanked him. But you have to remember, this Chaos Origin Divine Art is given to you, and you can't give it to anyone. Unless the other party has the inner demons. The Vice Pavilion Lord reminded. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he said, Senior, pardon me for asking, but is your treasure pavilion specially looking for people with inner demons? How so? The Vice Pavilion Lord looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang said, because the Chaos Origin Divine Art is sold at 0 price, which is obviously not the style of a businessman. Young friend, you're really smart. The Vice Pavilion Lord looked at Qin Feiyang with appreciation and nodded. That's right, the Treasure Pavilion is indeed looking for people with the inner demons. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Vice Pavilion Lord smiled apologetically. This matter is related to a big shot, so I can't say much. Please forgive me. Big shot. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This big shot had extraordinary significance, because an existence like the Vice Pavilion Lord was already a big shot standing at the top of the pyramid. But at this moment, there was actually a big shot that even the Vice Pavilion Lord had to call a big shot. The Vice Pavilion Lord was such a powerful existence, so how terrifying was the big shot he mentioned? Coming back to his senses. Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked, since it's related to a big shot, then if you give me the Chaos Origin Divine Art now, how will you explain it to him? I will explain your situation to him. I believe he will definitely understand. The Vice Pavilion Lord smiled. As long as I don't cause trouble for you, I'm relieved. Qin Feiyang said. I won't. The Vice Pavilion Lord waved his hand and asked, I wonder if you have any plans now? Qin Feiyang said, is it to deal with Feng Yuan? The Vice Pavilion Lord nodded. I do have a plan. Mu Tianyang, Frenzy, Hua Yi, and I will go to the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea tomorrow. This may be a life and death battle. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea? The Vice Pavilion Lord was shocked and hurriedly said, the Sky Dragon Sea is not an ordinary dangerous place, especially the deepest part. Even I don't dare to step into it. You kids, are you courting death? Although it has something to do with Feng Yuan, there are also reasons why we have to go. Qin Feiyang said. What is the reason that you have to go? The Vice Pavilion Lord frowned. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. But I still hope that you can think about it carefully. This is not child's play. You will lose your life. If you insist on going, then come to the Treasure Pavilion now and look for little Chiu. The Vice Pavilion Lord said. Look for her for what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. You will know when you come. The Vice Pavilion Lord said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, all right, I will go to the Treasure Pavilion immediately. It seems that you really insist on going to the Sky Dragon Sea. I have to say that it is good to be young. You can do whatever you want. But to be honest, I still admire young people like you who dare to take risks. The Vice Pavilion Lord shook his head and smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that he was looking for his ancestor, he wouldn't be willing to take this risk. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang immediately set off and rushed to the Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Haotian, stop right there. But when Qin Feiyang walked down the sky stairway and was about to open the altar, a shout suddenly sounded from the mountain stream below. It was a woman's voice. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see a chubby woman rising into the air aggressively. She was no longer fat. She was at least 200 to 300 pounds and was full of fat. Obviously, she was extremely ugly. Bam! The woman landed on the mountain peak and the ground shook. You are. Qin Feiyang looked at the fat woman suspiciously. But the fat woman stared at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. Her eyes were full of hatred. That's ridiculous. Qin Feiyang shook his head and opened the altar. Boom. But then, the fat woman took a step forward and smashed the altar with a punch. Then, she threw another punch at Qin Feiyang. Divine power surged and the void shook. A war god of perfection? Qin Feiyang frowned and immediately raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom. The fat woman was directly sent flying and smashed onto the ground in a sorry state. Who are you? Have I offended you? Qin Feiyang said angrily. He had never seen this woman before. Cut the crap. Give me back the lives of my son and husband. The fat woman roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like a mad beast. Son? Husband? What the hell is this? When did I kill your son and husband? Qin Feiyang dodged and asked suspiciously. How long has it been since Jin Yunchang died? Have you forgotten? The fat woman roared. With a clang, a broadsword appeared. It was as wide as a palm and was golden in color. It was a peak-level divine artifact. Jin Yunchang? Qin Feiyang looked at the fat woman in astonishment. So, this woman is Feng Yuan's daughter? Jin Fatso's mother? The corner of his mouth twitched. This woman was not someone that an ordinary man could handle. Jin Yunchang was a talented man. If it weren't for the power of the Feng family, he wouldn't have married this woman. No wonder everyone said that Jin Yunchang was a man who lived off a woman. But frankly speaking, he was quite impressed with Jin Yunchang. He sacrificed so much in order to get close to the Feng family. Little bastard, go to hell. The fat woman roared and grabbed the broadsword. Divine power surged into the broadsword and the broadsword immediately came to life. Then, she slashed at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and quickly dodged. Then, he glanced at the old man sitting next to the stairway. The old man didn't open his eyes. Was this a tacit agreement? Could he do whatever he wanted? Just as Qin Feiyang was wondering, the fat woman slashed at him again. Qin Feiyang stepped back and said angrily, "Are the people of the Feng family all so unreasonable? It was Fatso and Jin Yunchang who provoked me first. I was just. Cut the crap. You must die today." The fat woman roared. Chapter 2151. You're unreasonable. Qin Feiyang also lost his patience. Although he shouldn't implicate his wife and children, this woman was the one who came to his door first, so there was no need to be polite. Moreover, there was a peak-level divine artifact, so he couldn't miss it. Boom. The aura of a perfect war god was fully unleashed. Qin Feiyang didn't dodge anymore, and took the initiative to attack. The Xing character art was used to the extreme. Like a ghost, the fat woman almost couldn't catch his trace. As the daughter of Feng Yuan, the fat woman naturally had a lot of trump cards. For example, the support divine arts were all perfect level. However, in front of the Xing character art, perfect level support divine arts were like an adult and a baby, completely not on the same level. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang found an opportunity. A wisp of blood flew out and instantly cut off the fat woman's arm. And it was the arm that was holding the broadsword. Blood splattered in the sky. The fat woman covered her wound and screamed. However, Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to her. He quickly dived down and grabbed the broadsword. Don't even think about it. The fat woman roared angrily and wanted to take back the broadsword. Sorry, once something is in my hands, you won't have the chance to take it back. Qin Feiyang grinned and directly sent the broadsword to the castle. The fat woman also instantly felt that she had lost contact with the broadsword. You deserve to die. This made her almost crazy. Ignoring the wound on her shoulder, she angrily pounced at Qin Feiyang. Why don't you know how to restrain yourself? Qin Feiyang sighed. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of blood flew into the fat woman's forehead like lightning. Her soul was immediately destroyed. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the fat woman suddenly smashed into the mountain peak like a huge rock, and died. Aunt. It was also at this moment. An anxious cry of grief sounded. Qin Feiyang frowned. This was really strange. After killing one, another one came. He turned around and saw a woman flying through the air toward him. The woman was tall and beautiful. She wore a pure black dress with a small white flower on her chest. She looked like she was in mourning. And she was Feng Zihon. Aunt. Feng Zihon flew over and landed beside the fat woman, calling out softly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Feng Zihon and took out a teleportation altar. Stop! Feng Zihon suddenly shouted, standing up and staring at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "It's not my fault. She came to kill me first. So you killed her?" Feng Zihon said furiously. "What a joke. She came to kill me, so why can't I kill her? Am I supposed to stand here and let her slaughter me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Feng Zihon was silent for a while, then said word by word, "Blood for blood." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Each one was more unreasonable than the other. Suddenly, the white-haired old man sitting beside the heaven stairway said, "Feng Zihon, Jiang Haotian was indeed defending himself." "Did you hear that?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Feng Zihon's face was gloomy. Suddenly, she turned to look at the white-haired old man and bowed, "Senior, all along, as long as the people of Nine Heavens Palace leave Nine Heavens Palace, no matter what. You won't ask. Are you sure you want to do this?" The white-haired old man asked, his eyes still closed. "I'm sure." Feng Zihon nodded. "Up to you." The white-haired old man said indifferently and then fell silent. "Sure." Feng Zihon turned around again and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Come, let me see how capable you are. Coming early is better than coming at the right time." How lively. Suddenly, a mocking laugh sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw Madman walking down the heaven stairway step by step. He asked in surprise, "Weren't you in closed-door cultivation? Isn't it all because of that Hue Yi?" He came over and said a bunch of nonsense to this father, making this father a little annoyed, so I ran out to relax. I didn't expect to meet you guys. What a coincidence. Stinking woman, what are you trying to do? Madman looked at Feng Zihon and asked. Feng Zihon frowned her beautiful brows, saying, "This is a matter between me and Jiang Haotian, don't interfere." That won't do. The reason this father was able to come out of the prison alive was all because of Jiang Haotian. This father is a person who values friendship the most. If he is in trouble, how can this father just sit by and do nothing? Moreover, your mother harmed this father. This father also wants to have a good chat with you. After Madman finished speaking, he stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "Go busy yourself." "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Feiyang smiled. He opened the altar and jumped up without looking back. "Stop right there." Feng Zihon shouted coldly and instantly appeared behind Madman, sending a palm towards the teleportation altar. But at the same time, Madman grabbed Feng Zihon's wrist and said unhappily, "Can you not treat this father like air? Let go." Feng Zihon shouted. "All right." Madman grinned and a huge force appeared in his palm. Feng Zihon was sent flying as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "You," Feng Zihon angrily stared at Madman. "Why don't we spar again? But let me say this in advance, this father won't go easy on you." Madman's lips curled into a playful smile. Feng Zihon looked at Madman and then at Qin Feiyang, only to see that Qin Feiyang was about to disappear. Shua. With another flash, she charged towards Qin Feiyang. "You really don't put this father in your eyes." Madman's face also showed a trace of anger. His half-step immortal aura surged toward Feng Zihon like an avalanche. Poof! Feng Zihon was sent flying again as blood poured out of her mouth. At the same time, Qin Feiyang completely disappeared. The teleportation altar also disintegrated and dissipated. "Madman, you bastard, you actually hurt me again and again for someone you just met." Feng Zihon was furious. Madman said helplessly, "If you could be more honest, would this father hurt you?" Twisting words and forcing logic. "You want to spar? Okay. I'll accompany you today." With a boom, Feng Zihon's aura was released and she was close to Madman's. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved a bit. Madman chuckled. Stop grinning at me. Feng Zihan coldly snorted, suddenly raising her arm, her jade finger pointing in the air. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly appeared out of nowhere like the eruption of a volcano. Annihilation divine finger. Madman's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Feng Zihan shouted. What a crazy woman. Madman shook his head but didn't counterattack. He just dodged. As for the white-haired old man, he didn't even look at her from beginning to end and seemed extremely calm. The treasure pavilion had already closed. But there were still 2 guards guarding the door. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the treasure pavilion, the 2 guards immediately bowed and said, "Young Master Jiang, the manager has been waiting for you inside for a long time." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and pushed the door open. He saw a beautiful woman standing in the middle of the hall. There was only the woman in the entire hall and it was very quiet. It was Shangguan Qiu. Qin Feiyang closed the door behind him and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, something happened on the way and I've kept you waiting." Shangguan Qiu was stunned and frowned. What happened? Feng Yuan's daughter. This family is really difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So many people have died, but they still don't know how to restrain themselves. It seems that the Feng family is hopeless. Shangguan Qiu shook her head and sighed. She took out a jade box and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "This is what you want." Qin Feiyang took the jade box and opened it to take a look. He saw a jade slip lying quietly inside. "Chaos divine technique," Qin Feiyang murmured as he grabbed the jade slip. His divine consciousness sank into it, and a trace of melancholy crept up between his brows. Shangguan Qiu said, "The deputy pavilion master has already told me about the inner demons. To be honest, I'm really surprised." Surprised? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Normally, only those who are particularly vicious will give birth to inner demons. As for you, although we haven't known each other for long, I can see that you're not that kind of ruthless devil. Your state of mind is also very good. How did you give birth to inner demons? Shangguan Qiu was suspicious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The state of mind is tempered. Tempered? Shangguan Qiu frowned. Did this person also have an unbearable past? But it didn't look like it. Qin Feiyang put away the jade slip and didn't continue the topic. "The deputy pavilion master asked me to come to the treasure pavilion to look for you, not just to ask you to give me the chaos divine technique, right?" "Yes, there's something else. And it's a supreme treasure." Shangguan Qiu nodded and took out another item from his interspatial ring. It was a 1-meter-long animal skin roll. Its surface was slightly yellow and looked very old. "See for yourself." Feng Zihan handed the animal skin roll over to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the animal skin roll and then slowly opened it. He saw that there were lines drawn on it. Each line had a different mark. "This is..." Qin Feiyang looked at it carefully for a moment, and the confusion in his eyes grew. He looked up at Shangguan Qiu and asked, "This looks like a map." "Yes. This is a map. And it's a map of the Sky Dragon Sea," Shangguan Qiu said. "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He looked down at the animal skin roll again, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. It was a map of the Sky Dragon Sea. Chapter 2152. The Heavenly Dragon Sea was the biggest and most dangerous forbidden area in the North region. For example, the Deputy Pavilion Lord. Not long ago, he had said that even he did not dare to step into the deepest part. One could imagine. How dangerous was the Heavenly Dragon Sea? Therefore, a map was very important. Without a map, no one knew what was ahead, and they could lose their lives at any time. However, it was completely different with a map. Although a map was not omnipotent, at least they knew where they could go and where they could not. This would undoubtedly reduce a lot of burden and save a lot of trouble. And this map, every place and every route was clearly described. As Shangguan Qiu said, this was a treasure that could not be exchanged for anything. There are only 2 maps of the Heavenly Dragon Sea in the entire North region. The first one is in your hands. As for the second one, it is in the 9 Heavens Palace. Originally, I wanted to make a copy, but there was not enough time, so I could only give this original to you. But you have to remember, this is not a gift, but a loan. You must keep it well and not damage it. When you return from the heavenly dragon sea, return it to me immediately. Shangguan Qiu said. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang nodded. This map was too precious. The deputy pavilion lord and Shangguan Feng lent it to him because they trusted him greatly. He would not let them down. Shangguan Qiu smiled. All right then, I won't say much, lest you think I'm naggy. Be careful. Qin Feiyang kept the map and smiled. Why don't I refine some 4 symbols infinite divine pills for you before you leave? Shangguan Qiu frowned. You mean you won't be coming back this time? How can I not come back? I just don't know how long it will take. Qin Feiyang said. Now that you mention it, Shangguan Qiu pondered for a while and said, all right, then you can refine some more to avoid running out of stock. Wait here, I'll go get the herbs right away. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Qiu turned around and left quickly. After a while, he came back in a hurry and took out 4 palm-sized jade bottles and a cosmos sack. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 jade bottles, and his expression suddenly froze. He asked, so many? A jade bottle the size of an adult's palm contained at least a few hundred drops of blood essence. He then grabbed the Chenkuan bag, and his face instantly darkened. There should be 500 to 600 everlasting divine fruits in this Chenkuan bag. You were the one who said that you would help me refine it. You can't regret it now. Shangguan Qiu looked at him with a smile. But isn't this too much? Refining the 4 symbols infinite divine pellet is not as simple as other pellets. The amount of mental energy consumed is far beyond what you can imagine. Besides, didn't you say that there aren't many medicinal herbs? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Shangguan Qiu said, only about 500 sets of herbs. That's not a lot. More than 500? Qin Feiyang felt extremely helpless. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have helped. Don't be like that. Anyway, you'll get a share of the soul stones from the auction. You can take the herbs back first and refine as many as you can. You can return the rest to me tomorrow morning. Shangguan Qiu smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, there's no need to go back to the 9th Heaven Palace. Let's do it here. It was troublesome to run around. Here? Shangguan Qiu was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the netherworld demonic flame and the blue phoenix cauldron. So you have your own alchemy fire. Shangguan Qiu suddenly realized. Qin Feiyang said, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm refining pellets. You can arrange it. Okay. Shangguan Qiu nodded and walked to the door. He opened the door and said to the 2 guards outside, from now on, I won't see anyone. Yes. The 2 guards replied respectfully. Also, you are not allowed to make a sound. After Shangguan Qiu finished speaking, he gently closed the door. What do you mean? The 2 guards looked at each other. Wait. Jiang Haotian didn't come out, did he? A man and a woman are alone inside. Are they? Don't talk nonsense. How is that nonsense? Didn't you hear the rumors outside? There's something going on between our steward and Jiang Haotian. Look at them now. The 2 of them are alone inside, a man and a woman, naked. Damn, this is too exciting. Looks like the treasure pavilion is going to have a wedding soon. The 2 of them whispered to each other outside, but there was dead silence inside. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and focused. Shangguan Qiu stood aside silently and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. There was a divine power boundary around the 2 of them. It was set up by Shangguan Qiu. It was mainly to isolate the high temperature of the netherworld demonic flame. After all, the netherworld demonic flame was now a divine-level alchemy fire. When it recovered, the high temperature would sweep through the entire treasure pavilion. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes and began to refine pills calmly. Every movement and step was as smooth as flowing water. It was a visual pleasure. Shangguan Qiu was unknowingly mesmerized. Time flew by. The next day, early morning, 3 figures descended on the coastline of the Sky Dragon Sea. They were Hu Yi, Frenzy, and Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, Good morning, you 2. It's already so late. Is it still early? Frenzy rolled his eyes. Mu Tianyang came to Frenzy's side and smiled. Senior brother Frenzy, I heard that you fought with Feng Zihon outside last night. When I went out this morning, I also heard everyone talking about it. And someone said that Jiang Haotian killed Feng Yuan's daughter. Senior brother Frenzy, is that true? Huo Yi asked. Yes. Frenzy nodded. Huo Yi shook his head. The Feng family is really hopeless. What was the result of your fight with Feng Zihon? Frenzy said angrily, nonsense, is there a need to ask? Of course, I won. That can't be right. I heard that you didn't fight back. We have such a good relationship, so just say something from the bottom of your heart. Do you not have the heart to hurt her? Do you like her in your heart? Huo Yi smiled mischievously. Frenzy raised his eyebrows and said angrily, you even dare to gossip about me. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you have the Vice Palace Master backing you? No. Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. Besides, liking someone is not a shameful thing. Look at me, I follow behind Lan Er all day, and no one says anything. Huo Yi chuckled. I'm not as thick-skinned as you. Frenzy's face was full of disdain. Then he looked around and frowned. Why isn't Jiang Haotian here yet? I don't know. Before I came, I went to his cave abode. There was no one. Huo Yi shook his head. Anyway, there's no rush. Let's wait. Mu Tianyang smiled. Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered outside. These people all came to the Treasure Pavilion early in the morning to buy things or sell things. But when they arrived, they found that the Treasure Pavilion, which usually opened for business before dawn, was actually closed today. Moreover, the two guards guarding the outer door didn't allow them to question or make a ruckus. What was going on? There were more and more people, but the door didn't open for a long time. Are you still going to open the door today? Can you give us a definite answer? If you're not opening, we'll go back first and come back tomorrow. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Shh. The two guards hurriedly glared at the man and gestured for him to keep quiet. In fact, they were also puzzled. It had already been an entire night. Even if they were having sex inside, it should have been over long ago. Creak. Suddenly, a sound rang. Everyone looked at the door. They saw the door open, and a white-clothed youth with a tired and haggard face walked out. Jiang Haotian? Why is he in the Treasure Pavilion? And he looks so haggard. Everyone was stunned. Good morning, everyone. Qin Feiyang showed a forced smile, greeted the crowd, and opened a transmission altar. Shangguan Qiu also came out at this time, waved at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Take care, I won't see you off." His expression was completely different from Qin Feiyang's. He was radiant and full of vitality. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Shangguan Qiu, stepped onto the altar, and quickly disappeared. Shangguan Qiu also turned and left with a smile on his face. Damn. Shangguan Qiu is also here? What's going on? Everyone's face was full of doubts. A young man in black ran to the two guards and said in a low voice, "Brothers, did Jiang Haotian and your steward stay inside for an entire night?" Ahem. How can you say that? Show some respect. The two guards hurriedly shouted. The black-clothed youth was stunned, and then a look of understanding appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to say any more, I understand, I understand." His smile was extremely ambiguous. Hearing that, the others looked at each other and also smiled ambiguously. It seemed that the rumors were true. However, these two were too powerful. They actually made love in there for an entire night. No wonder Jiang Haotian was so haggard. Who would be able to endure an entire night? Brother, it's over. They found out. Looking at everyone's reaction, one of the guards transmitted his voice. So what if they found out? It will be made public sooner or later anyway. Moreover, our steward and Jiang Haotian are a match made in heaven. Let's just wait for the wedding candies, another guard said. Shangguan Qiu and Qin Feiyang didn't know about these rumors and slanders. They would never have thought that refining pills for an entire night would cause such a huge misunderstanding. Sky Dragon C. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was walking slowly with a tired face, the three of them were all suspicious. Brother, what's wrong with you? With your cultivation, even if you don't eat, drink, or sleep, you can't be so haggard, right? Huiyi said. Don't mention it. I refined pills for an entire night in the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In fact, he had finished refining the 4 symbols infinite divine pills in the second half of the night. However, Shangguan Qiu asked him to refine some 9 transformation dragon blood pills and 9 Chu yellow dragon pills, which really tired him out. So it was refining pills. Huiyi nodded in realization and said jokingly, I thought you and Shangguan Qiu had sex for an entire night. Sex? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Chapter 2153. You don't even know about war? Huiyi was surprised. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Ahem. Mu Tianyang coughed and said, it means that you and Shangguan Qiu are having sex in the treasure pavilion. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Huiyi speechlessly. What was he thinking all day long? Why was he so filthy? Actually, I don't mind if you become my brother-in-law. Huiyi chuckled. Can I mind? Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. What do you mind? I'm the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. It's your honor to be my brother-in-law. Huiyi pouted. Get lost. Qin Feiyang didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He looked at Frenzy and Mu Tianyang and said, I have to recuperate. Which one of you is willing to let me into your spatial divine item? Frenzy acted as if he didn't hear it. Mu Tianyang glanced at Frenzy and said helplessly, go to my divine palace. Okay. I also want to see it. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, it seems that you have confirmed it with the Vice Palace Master. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What did he say? Mu Tianyang was curious. Qin Feiyang said, he was very angry, but I calmed him down. Otherwise, your divine palace would definitely be destroyed. Mu Tianyang said, then shouldn't I thank you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, no need to thank me. I know you're hypocritical. As long as you don't stab me in the back. What are you two talking about? What divine palace? It's related to the Vice Palace Master? Frenzy looked at the two suspiciously. It's the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Huiyi interjected. Yesterday, when Mu Tianyang came down from the 2nd floor, Huiyi was also present, so he knew about the Golden Crow Temple. What? Golden Crow Temple? Madman was dumbfounded. Brother Hua, why are you so talkative? Mu Tianyang angrily looked at Huiyi. He definitely couldn't let Madman know about this. Because of the Madman's relationship with the First Elder, he definitely knew about the existence of the Golden Crow Temple. What if Madman told the Great Elder? Huiyi innocently asked, is there a need to hide this from Senior Apprentice Brother Crazy? Alas. Mu Tianyang sighed and said, the original owner of the Golden Crow Temple was actually the First Elder's son. I see. Huiyi immediately understood. Looking at Mu Tianyang, he smiled and said, I'm sorry. I've already said it. What's the use of apologizing? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him. Golden Crow Temple, the First Elder's son, Madman muttered to himself and looked at the three of them. You guys are really amazing. You actually investigated so many secrets without anyone knowing. Hearsay, hearsay. Mu Tianyang laughed dryly. Stop talking nonsense. Madman raised his eyebrows and looked at Mu Tianyang. How did the Golden Crow Temple end up in your hands? This, Mu Tianyang hesitated. Madman said, if you don't say it, I will inform the First Elder now. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he said, tell him. Mu Tianyang looked at Madman and said, Feng Yuan gave it to me. Feng Yuan? Madman frowned. Yes. Actually, the First Elder's son was killed by Feng Yuan. Mu Tianyang said. What? Madman clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his eyes. Do you have evidence? Mu Tianyang said, isn't the Golden Crow Temple the best evidence? Damn that Feng Yuan. I won't forgive him. Madman was furious and immediately opened a teleportation altar. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang hurriedly pulled Madman and asked. Madman said, "Nonsense, of course I'm going to settle the score with Feng Yuan. Calm down, calm down. This matter isn't as simple as you think. Besides, are you Feng Yuan's match?" Qin Feiyang said. Madman wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not easy to kill Feng Yuan. You have to do it step by step and kill him with the final blow. You can't give him any chance to counterattack." Phew. Madman let out a long breath and nodded. "You're right, I was too impulsive just now." Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief and asked suspiciously, "Senior brother, what's your relationship with the First Elder? Why are you so irritable after hearing the cause of his son's death?" "This matter, we'll talk about it later. Let me tell you first. Although I agreed to accompany you to the Sky Dragon Sea, I won't help you do anything," Madman said. Okay. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. That was what he said now, but when it came to a crisis, could Madman escape? If he couldn't escape, he would naturally take action. Madman looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "I'm going to the Golden Crow Temple too. If you want to go, do you think I dare to stop you?" Mu Tianyang smiled bitterly. "At least you know what's good for you," Madman said. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's image crystal sounded. Who would send me a message at this time? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He took out the image crystal and a shadow immediately appeared. "Gongzi Feng? Brother Jiang, where are you?" Gongzi Feng asked in an urgent tone, as if there was something important. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gongzi Feng said, "I already know the whereabouts of Feng Wenhai." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and asked, "Where?" "Longquan Mountain." Gongzi Feng said. "Longquan Mountain?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Hue Yi and Mu Tianyang were also suspicious. Longquan Mountain is located in a remote place in the southwest. It's a dozen altars away from our 9-heaven palace. Gongzi Feng said. "He actually went so far?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, Feng Zihon also stayed in this Longquan Mountain." Yes. When Feng Zihon comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god, he was in Longquan Mountain. Gongzi Feng nodded. A cold light flashed in Hue Yi's eyes as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Jiang, didn't you want to kill him? Now is a good chance." Qin Feiyang was silent. Gongzi Feng said again, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Jiao Xiaohui is missing." Gongzi Feng said. "How did she go missing?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Sigh. Jiao Xiaolong's death was a big blow to her. 2 days ago, she came to find me. I didn't know what to say and she never appeared again. Gongzi Feng sighed. "Of course you don't know what to say because Jiao Xiaolong was killed by you," Qin Feiyang said angrily. Gongzi Feng lowered his head in shame. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, you must find her for me or I will take your little life." "Yes." Gongzi Feng's eyes trembled as he hurriedly replied. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Give me the coordinates of Longquan Mountain." Without waiting for Gongzi Feng to speak, the madman said, "I know the location of Longquan Mountain." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Gongzi Feng and said, "Go find Jiao Xiaohui immediately." "Okay." Gongzi Feng nodded and the image disappeared. Qin Feiyang kept the image crystal and looked at the madman. "We will listen to you this time. If you say go to Longquan Mountain, we will go." "Of course. Since I can't kill Feng Yuan now, I will collect some interest first." A cold light flashed in the madman's eyes. "Okay. Let's go." Qin Feiyang nodded. The madman took out an altar. "Wait. Look over there. Is there a person?" Hue Yi suddenly looked in the direction of the left coast. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned and looked over. On the coast, there was indeed a person standing on a reef. However, the distance was too far. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang couldn't see clearly. The madman said, "It's Jiao Xiaohui." His cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang, so he naturally saw further than Qin Feiyang. "It's her. Why is she standing there alone? Could it be She can't take it anymore and wants to commit suicide. Mu Tianyang said in shock. Suicide? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He quickly teleported and rushed over. Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other and followed. Soon, Qin Feiyang rushed behind the reef. The reef stood on the surface of the sea, more than 10 meters tall. Jiao Xiaohui stood alone on it. The wind messed up her hair, and her face looked extremely haggard. At this moment, she was like a helpless girl, staring at the sea in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. And there was also a sadness that couldn't be dispelled from her body. It seems to be quite serious. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. The Jiao family was exterminated, leaving only the siblings to rely on each other. And now, even her only brother died an unnatural death. In the face of such a blow, even a man might not be able to withstand it, let alone a woman like her. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Mu Tianyang said, "Then you go and persuade her." Qin Feiyang nodded. But at this moment, Jiao Xiaohui smiled sadly, opened her hands, leaned forward, and slowly fell down. Damn. She really wants to commit suicide. Huiyi's face changed. Who knew how many sea beasts were lurking in the sea? With Jiao Xiaohui's cultivation, once she fell into the sea, she would definitely die. Qin Feiyang's face also changed. He jumped and instantly landed behind Jiao Xiaohui. Then, he grabbed Jiao Xiaohui's wrist and pulled her back. Jiao Xiaohui was surprised and turned around. When she saw Qin Feiyang standing behind her, she was stunned. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiao Xiaohui lowered her head. Qin Feiyang said, "I know Jiao Xiaolong's death is very painful for you, but what you're doing, are you worthy of him? Then what can I do? In the past, although I lost my family, at least Big Brother was with me. But now, Big Brother has left me, what's the point of me living alone in this world?" Jiao Xiaohui roared. "I'm very sorry about your Big Brother's death. But I believe your Big Brother didn't want you to do this. I understand the feeling of losing a loved one. But those who are still alive should live well. This is the best way to repay the dead." Qin Feiyang sighed. Jiao Xiaohui shook her head. "But enough. There's no hurdle you can't cross. After all, in a person's life and death is a process you have to go through." Qin Feiyang smiled comfortingly. "Big Brother Jiang," Jiao Xiaohui threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms and cried. "Although Jiao Xiaolong isn't here, as long as you don't mind, I'll be your Big Brother in the future." Qin Feiyang patted Jiao Xiaohui's back and smiled. But hearing this, Jiao Xiaohui's body stiffened. "Only Big Brother?" Chapter 2154. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Because he also noticed Jiao Xiaohui's abnormality. Jiao Xiaohui wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "All right, they are still watching, don't cry." They. Jiao Xiaohui was stunned, leaving Qin Feiyang's arms, turned her head, and found that Mu Tianyang and the other two were also there. Especially when she saw Madman, a trace of reverence immediately crept up her face. "Am I so scary?" Madman grumbled in dissatisfaction. "If you are not scary, who is? Even if it is a heavenless disciple, seeing you is like seeing a devil, let alone an outer disciple like her." Mu Tianyang laughed secretly. Hee. Madman put on a fake smile. "Brother Jiang, there are still important things to do, hurry up." Huiyi reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and looked at Jiao Xiaohui, saying, "Hurry up and go back, don't do anything stupid." "Where are you going? Can I go with you?" Jiao Xiaohui asked. "No. Because it is very dangerous." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Jiao Xiaohui couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I will give you some more soul stones, go back and cultivate hard, and when you become stronger in the future, no one will dare to bully you." "No need. There are still many soul stones left that you gave us last time." Jiao Xiaohui shook her head. "All right then." Qin Feiyang nodded, opened a teleportation altar that led directly to the heaven stairway, and said with a smile, "Then hurry up and go back, Try not to come to the Sky Dragon Sea in the future, it is too dangerous. Then you have to be careful. Gao Xiaohui warned, and then nodded to Mu Tianyang and the other two, and then took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, and turned to walk up the altar. Very soon, Gao Xiaohui was teleported away. Mu Tianyang joked, "Brother Jiang, your luck with women is enviable. Luck in love affairs?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Mu Tianyang was stunned. "You didn't see that Gao Xiaohui was interested in you?" "Interested in me? Impossible." Qin Feiyang frowned. Hue Yi smiled and said, "Brother Mu is not talking nonsense. Gao Xiaohui does have feelings for you. I can see it too." Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them in astonishment. Could it be that this was really the case? No. Towards Gao Xiaohui, he was more sympathetic and had nothing to do with feelings. If what the three of them said was true, then this matter had to be explained to Gao Xiaohui as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would definitely sink deeper and deeper. The deeper he fell, the more painful it would be. Anyway, he couldn't allow this matter to continue developing. Let's go to Longquan Mountain. Madman also activated the altar. The four of them walked up one after another. Longquan Mountain. Although not many people knew about the Nine Heavens Palace and Sky Dragon City, they were still quite famous in the area. This was because there were many powerful beasts in Longquan Mountain. Their cultivation was basically between the War Saint and the War King. And the nearby villages, the average strength was only at the War Master level. Therefore, in the eyes of the locals, Longquan Mountain was also a forbidden area. Longquan Mountain, Peak. There was a quiet and elegant small courtyard. Around the courtyard, there was a 1-meter-high wooden fence. In the middle, there was a 2-story wooden building. Flowers bloomed all around. The air was clear and the environment was beautiful. It was indeed a good place to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, on the second floor's balcony, a middle-aged man stood facing the wind, his face filled with anger and killing intent. It was Feng Wenhai. Feng Zihon had already told him about the fat woman's death through sound transmission. To him, this was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. His hatred for Qin Feiyang had also reached an unprecedented level. Feng Yuan had very few people to begin with. And now, Feng Zijuan, Yin Hui and the others were all dead. In the entire Feng family, only he, Feng Yuan, and Feng Zihon were left. This was to let their Feng family have no descendant. Jiang Haotian, Gongzi Feng, Hue Yi, Mu Tianyang, and Madman, just you wait. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will find all of you to settle the old and new grudges. Feng Wenhai was getting angrier and angrier, to the point of going crazy. Hee. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Suddenly, a cold laugh sounded out. Feng Wenhai was shocked. He raised his head and saw 4 young men standing silently in the void above him. It was Qin Feiyang's group of 4. Feng Wenhai's expression immediately changed as he asked in surprise, "When did you guys come?" "Not long ago. Seeing that you were so engrossed in your thoughts, we didn't want to disturb you." Hue Yi teased. Feng Wenhai's heart sank and said, "Didn't you guys go to the Sky Dragon Sea? How did you find this place? And how did you know I was here?" "In the past, when Feng Zihon was in seclusion here, I came here. As for how I knew you were here, this is all thanks to your good son." Madman said. "Gongzi Feng?" Feng Wenhai said in a deep voice. Madman sneered, "Other than him, do you have any other sons now?" "This damn little bastard." Feng Wenhai was furious. He swept his eyes around Qin Feiyang and the others, and asked, "Just the 4 of you?" "Yes. Just the 4 of us." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What are you guys doing here?" Feng Wenhai said. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't you know what we're here for?" "Ha ha." Feng Wenhai laughed, laughing extremely brightly. "What are you laughing at?" Mu Tianyang asked curiously. "I'm laughing at your stupidity. With just the strength of the 4 of you, you dare to come here to kill me? Perfect. Since you guys took the initiative to come to me, then let's settle this. Today, none of you will be able to leave Dragon Spring Mountain alive." Feng Wenhai laughed, his divine might erupting. What cultivation level? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Great success. Madman's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. A great success paragon god was actually so disdainful. The three of them looked at each other and tactfully retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Madman. Boom. Feng Wenhai soared into the sky and punched at Madman. His speed was so fast that even Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't catch it. Madman didn't seem to be able to react in time and was hit by Feng Wenhai's punch. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. If you hadn't been idle all these years, your cultivation might have surpassed mine by now. Unfortunately, you've wasted 7,000 to 8,000 years. Little bastard, today is the day you die. Feng Wenhai's face was full of contempt as he unleashed his extreme speed and punched Madman's chest again. With a cracking sound, his bones broke and his internal organs were damaged. What's going on? Why isn't he fighting back? Mu Tianyang frowned. I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi shook their heads. They looked at Madman again. Although he was heavily injured by Feng Wenhai, his expression didn't change at all. No. There was a change. It became more and more sinister. It was as if a sleeping beast was gradually awakening. What's wrong? Aren't you usually very arrogant in Nine Heaven Palace? Why aren't you moving now? Is this all you've got? Feng Wenhai laughed and stepped forward to slap Madman's chest again. Puff. Madman spat out blood and smashed into the ground below. A giant mountain was directly flattened. What is he doing? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, anyway, we can't help. Let's just watch quietly. A battle between paragon gods wasn't something they could interfere in. Whoosh. Feng Wenhai became more and more arrogant. He flashed down and grabbed Madman's neck, twisting it. Fight back. Why are you silent? Is it because you see that I'm too strong and don't have the courage to fight back? Haha, before in Nine Heaven Palace, I tolerated you because of Grand Elder's face. Do you really think you're invincible? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. Feng Wenhai was disdainful to the extreme as he punched Madman's face again and again. Not long later, Madman's face was unrecognizable and blood flowed out. His entire person looked extremely miserable. But his expression became colder and colder, like two sharp blades, making Feng Wenhai's heart couldn't help but begin to panic. Since you're not going to fight back, then die for me. Feng Wenhai's eyes surged with killing intent. On his fist, divine power emerged, exuding a destructive aura as it blasted toward Madman's head. This blow was enough to kill, but at this moment, Madman suddenly raised his arm and grabbed Feng Wenhai's fist. An invisible force was like a torrent, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Catcher, Feng Wenhai's fist actually emitted the crisp sound of bones cracking. Such a terrifying power. Feng Wenhai's expression immediately changed as he hurriedly shook Madman away, his expression full of disbelief. The physical strength displayed by Madman was actually a bit stronger than his. Madman ignored the injuries on his body and his face that was constantly bleeding. His cold gaze was like a death god staring at Feng Wenhai. Do you know that Feng Yuan killed my adoptive father? Adoptive father? Feng Wenhai was taken aback. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, their faces full of suspicion. Madman said word by word, it's the son of First Elder. What? First Elder's son is your adoptive father? Feng Wenhai was shocked. Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked at each other. Adoptive father? Didn't that mean that Madman was the adoptive son of First Elder's son? No wonder Madman would be so angry when he heard the real cause of death of First Elder's son, so it was because of this relationship. But looking at Feng Wenhai's reaction, other than First Elder, no one should know the relationship between these two. You are his adoptive son. How is this possible? Feng Wenhai was extremely shocked. Adoptive father and adoptive son? It was simply too unbelievable. Madman did not explain and said gloomily, answer my question. Ridiculous. Your adoptive father was kind to my father. How could my father harm him? Don't slander me. Feng Wenhai shouted angrily. But his expression was a little guilty. It seems that you won't tell the truth. Since that's the case, then there's no point in keeping you. Want to see my strength? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish now. Madman smiled sinisterly as a monstrous aura suddenly erupted. Chapter 2155. I know that over the years, the Great Elder has given you a lot of trump cards, but I also have a lot. Moreover, the gap between our cultivations is a chasm that you will never be able to cross. Today, you must die. Not only will you die, but they will also die. Feng Wenhai pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other two and laughed loudly. Madman licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Soon, you will take back those words." Ha ha, Feng Wenhai laughed wildly. Blood Demon Domain, open. Madman said word by word, and as the last word blurted out, a monstrous bloodlight emerged. That bloodlight was like the sign of the birth of a demon, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Following closely, the bloodlight was like a tide, drowning in all directions, forming a blood barrier that covered tens of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang and the others were also inside the barrier. Immediately, they felt a strange force drilling into their bodies. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Their cultivations began to plummet. Perfect War God. Great Success War God. Small Success War God. Initial War God. It didn't stop until they fell to the pseudo-god realm. In other words, the blood-colored barrier had caused their cultivation to drop by 5 minor levels. What kind of divine art was this? It was too terrifying. Looking at Feng Wenhai again, he also turned pale with fright. Because his cultivation was also plummeting. Small Success Paragon God. Initial Paragon God. Half-step Paragon God. Perfect Divine Lord. Perfect Divine Lord. He also fell by 5 realms in a row. What the hell is going on? Feng Wenhai's face was full of shock. Although he didn't have much contact with Madman, he knew a lot about Madman's methods. In his impression, Madman didn't have such methods at all. Madman sneered, "Do you think that Laozi has been idle all these years?" Feng Wenhai was surprised. More than 7,000 years ago, Laozi created the first move of the Blood Demon Seal. More than 6,000 years ago, Laozi created the second move, Blood Demon Roar. More than 5,000 years ago, Laozi created the third move, Bloodthirsty Demon King. More than 4,000 years ago, I created the fourth style, which is what you see now, the Blood Demon Domain. And 1,000 years ago, I created the fifth move. However, you will never have the chance to see the fifth move. And in the past few thousand years, I've raised all 5 styles of the Blood Demon to the legendary level. Madman said proudly. What? There's a fifth move? Feng Wenhai trembled both physically and mentally. If the fourth style was already so terrifying, then how shocking would the fifth style be? I have to say, creating a divine incantation is truly a difficult task. However, I did it. And you? Let alone creating a legendary-grade deity art, I'm afraid you can't even raise the level of a deity art. Now tell me, what qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Madman roared. With a single step, he arrived in front of Feng Wenhai and punched Feng Wenhai's chest. Ah! Feng Wenhai let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted from his mouth. With his cultivation dropping by 5 realms, there was no way he could continue fighting. He turned around and fled. As long as he left the realm of the Blood Devil, his cultivation base would be restored. However, not only did the realm of the Blood Devil cause his cultivation base to plummet, but it also suppressed his speed to that of a perfect Divine Lord. How could the speed of a perfect Divine Lord compare to Madman, who was a half-step Divine Lord? Madman wasn't in a hurry. He slowly followed behind Feng Wenhai step by step. And the realm of the Blood Devil was actually moving along with Madman. In other words, no matter how Feng Wenhai escaped, as long as Madman followed him, Feng Wenhai would always be trapped in the realm of the Blood Devil. At this moment, Feng Wenhai was burning with anxiety. With his cultivation suppressed and his speed suppressed, how could he escape the realm of the Blood Devil? The most important thing was, Madman was following behind him, ready to end his life at any time. Don't chase, I beg you. I'll tell you everything. Your adoptive father was killed by my father. Feng Wenhai roared. He was panicking to the extreme. Madman's eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang understood and took out an image crystal. Madman shouted, "Say it again. Be more specific and detailed." "It was my father who was greedy for the position of Hall Master of the Resource Hall. He killed your adoptive father in the Sky Dragon Sea and framed the Deputy Hall Master of the Treasure Pavilion. The people who came with him were also killed by my father. It's all true, my father told me personally," Feng Wenhai roared. He didn't notice at all that this scene had been recorded by Qin Feiyang. "Finally, I got the evidence." Qin Feiyang laughed and put away the image crystal. "Now, Feng Yuan's time of death has come. But what I'm looking forward to the most is what kind of expression he will have when he sees that his own son betrayed him." Hue Yi's face was full of ridicule. However, Mu Tianyang frowned and remained silent. Feng Wenhai shouted, "I've already said it, just let me go." "Let you go?" Madman smiled sinisterly and grabbed Feng Wenhai's head. "Haven't you heard of the saying the son pays for the father's debt?" "Don't," Feng Wenhai roared at the top of his lungs. But it was useless. Madman's 5 fingers suddenly exerted force and Feng Wenhai's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. His divine soul was also instantly destroyed. "Terrifying, truly terrifying," Hue Yi muttered. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also filled with deep fear. Last time in the land of the Far West, he felt that Madman didn't use his full strength. In the end, it was true. And it was countless times more terrifying than he imagined. The Blood Demon domain had dropped 5 realms. If it was any other opponent, it would be a disaster. Of course. To Qin Feiyang, Madman's Blood Demon domain couldn't pose a threat to him. Because he had the Eye of Heaven that could copy all attacks. However, to others, the Madman was an opponent that made them despair. "Adoptive father, I have already found the person who harmed you back then. I will make him pay a heavy price soon. You should feel very gratified in the underworld," Madman muttered, and the Blood Demon domain disappeared. Then, holding Feng Wenhai's headless corpse, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and said, "Return to the 9 Heavens Palace." His tone was filled with a shocking murderous aura. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi looked at each other. Since they had the evidence, they could indeed fight back. But it was also a little unexpected. Originally, they just wanted to collect some interest, but they didn't expect Feng Wenhai to be so cowardly and actually confess everything. It seemed that they could only wait until this matter was settled before going to the Sky Dragon Sea. Hue Yi suddenly looked at Mu Tianyang and said suspiciously, "Brother Mu Tianyang, what are you thinking about?" Not saying a word. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and also looked at Mu Tianyang. Seeing Mu Tianyang lowering his head, he seemed to be hesitating. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang thought. Mu Tianyang glanced at Madman and transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. "Have you thought of a problem? If we get rid of Feng Yuan now, how will we find out the whereabouts of the Vein of Soul?" Qin Feiyang thought, even if Feng Yuan is dead, isn't there still the next Hall Master of the Resource Hall? But none of us know who the next Hall Master of the Resource Hall will be. Is this person easy to deal with? Will he trust us? In short, it wasn't easy for me to gain Feng Yuan's trust. If I kill him now, I will feel a little uncomfortable. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. "I can understand your feelings. After all, for the Vein of Soul, you worked so hard for so long and suffered so many grievances. But I don't think Feng Yuan will tell you the location of the Vein of Soul. You know very well in your heart that once we are killed, Feng Yuan will immediately get rid of you. Moreover, look at Madman now, will he listen to us? Definitely not." Qin Feiyang thought. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and nodded, "All right, let's kill him first. As for the Vein of Soul, we can't rush it anyway. Moreover, we don't lack soul stones for the time being. We can think about it later. Then let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled. The 3 of them flew toward Madman. Madman looked at the 3 of them suspiciously and said, "What are you guys whispering about?" "Nothing." The 3 of them shook their heads and smiled. "It's definitely nothing good." Madman rolled his eyes at the 3 of them, but he wasn't in the mood to get to the bottom of it. He opened a teleportation altar. Whoosh! The four of them jumped up one after another.